And we're live from the Farzad Misbahi studios. I'm Hans Nelson. For those of you who don't know me, I'm part of Farzad's community, and we are here for the live coverage of the Tesla Annual Shareholders Meeting 2023. Today I have with me Severin and Nicholas Gibbs from Investing Against the Grain, Mimi, and we'll have some other guests popping in and out throughout the stream today. And so, yeah, thank you for being here with us. We're excited to see what Tesla and Elon have for us today. We're going to try and bring up the CNBC interview after the stream, potentially, depending on how scheduling goes. But yeah, come hang out with us. Drop us a comment in the chat and let us know where you're viewing from today. So, how's everybody doing?
Fine. Finally, shareholders meeting. Always exciting.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
And then Nicholas is working on trying to get that CNBC article queued up for us later. All right. So
do you expect anything exciting to happen tonight?
I'm not entirely sure. To be honest, I think it's somewhat curious that Elon is scheduled to have that CNBC interview this afternoon. He's been on a media tour, and so it could have absolutely nothing to do with that, or it could be something more. Obviously, there's been some back and forth about people thinking maybe he's stepping down as CEO. I don't know that I expect that personally, but it's not outside the realm of possibilities. What do y'all think?
No, I would be surprised. But I know that Nicholas now he left us, but that I was listening to his stream earlier, and he interpreted Elon's response to the tweet where they asked, when he didn't really say, yes, I'm staying on as CEO, as a little bit doubtful. But no, I would be surprised. One day, yeah, but right now, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, timings looks a little bit difficult for if he would do it now. About a lot of tension that is anyway in the air, so therefore I doubt it. Yes.
But the interview is really interesting. I mean, it's right after the shareholder meeting.
Yeah. And that is the curious thing about the timing. And so obviously that's why there's so much speculation. Bastian says, I don't want to see Elon step down. And I think I agree with that. Having a conversation with Farzad yesterday, ultimately, as long as he's still actively involved, like, it probably isn't a big deal long term. I think he's never going to step down as the techno king and kind of a CTO type role. So as long as he's the largest shareholder and he's driving the technological development, I think Tesla has great long-term potential to continue to do all the big things that they need to do. And maybe it would be good for him to offload some of the administrative duties of the CEO role to someone else. But I would personally prefer that he just keeps that CEO role. In a public company, that CEO title is very important. It's different than a private company like Twitter. So, it's hard to say what we're going to see.
No, and considering that he just the other day said that he wants to control every new person being hired, I find it hard to believe that he would, even if he hates being CEO, I don't think that he would like to leave that control to anyone else.
Yeah. And he's talked a lot in the past about, when he originally was bought, like he invested in Tesla and it was run by the original CEO. Was that Mark Tarpenning? I can't remember.
Maybe.
That basically he felt like he didn't have morally that was the wrong decision to make, that he should have gone ahead and taken control sooner. And even though he wanted to have his cake and eat it too, he wanted to invest in the company. He wanted them to do the things that they needed to do, but he didn't want to have responsibility and do that administrative work. Ultimately, that was the wrong choice for that company at that time. And there may be some of that thought process still going on for him even today. Howdy, Richard. How's it going?
Hello.
Good. Welcome. Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Nicholas.
How's it going, everybody?
Fine. So do you think he will step down tonight, Nicholas?
I think there's a lot of tea leaves pointing that way. If I'm being completely frank, yeah, I think he is. It's kind of sad,
Good.
but it's also kind of happy for him. And he's talked about it for a long, long time, and there's very little things that he talks about that doesn't happen. So
I'll tell you my cynical view. My cynical view is if he thought he was going to step down, he would have sold stock before this. He would take an advantage of that because he has, in my opinion, he has in the past. And he would anticipate that, at least temporarily, there would be a price drop in the stock price if he announced today that he was stepping down. It may come back. I'm not saying, but at least short term, I think there would be a dump in the stock price. And I would expect him to take advantage of that. If he knew that 6 months ago, I think this is, if he's stepping down today, it's not a new thing. He would have thought this out, and he would have known months ago when he was going to do it. He's a planner, that. So I think he would have dumped a bunch of stock, and that would have been the clue. So I just think it's more negative sentiment feeding into that theory. Just my opinion, not legal advice.
Not financial either. I think it's a good point.
But you can imagine what the story would be, in the headlines and in all the world would be a buzz if Elon stepped down. That would be the biggest story of the century.
Millennium.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw some people in the chat. They are speculating that JB would be CEO, but I guess he would be busy with his own company, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I know. And on that side, I know Rob's doing fundraising. Rob Maurer, he has his own gig going on where he's involved in doing fundraising. I'm aware of that because I get emails from him, and it relates to Redwood Materials. So it would be interesting to me if they were raising funds for Redwood Materials and then JB would be stepping aside. Those two, that wouldn't seem to be consistent with what I would expect.
No. I know that Rob works with a guy named Ben who does a lot of those private-led funding rounds, and I know that that's something that Ben is doing, and so I'm not sure if necessarily that's something that Rob is leading. I think he's just publicizing an opportunity that Ben has created. So,
hi, Yashu.
Hey guys, how's it going? What's up?
Good. Glad to have you here today.
Yes, sir.
We've been talking about expectations for today and whether or not we think that Elon could potentially be stepping down from the CEO role today. Do you have an opinion to weigh in there?
Yeah, I think my hot take is that I have no hot take on this. I don't think Elon is stepping down. I don't think it's going to happen. He's pretty much reiterated as much on Twitter saying that he's going to still be pretty involved. Also, it doesn't really seem like people, it seems like people are only saying this because of the CNBC interview that's planned afterwards, which doesn't make any sense why that has any implication on a big Tesla decision. Of course, it's also AGM, but I don't see it happening. But what do you guys think? What's the consensus been here so far?
We have no consensus. Nicholas says yes, and I think the rest says no.
Okay, Nick, let's hear why.
No, I think Gary Black laid it out pretty well today. It seems like a lot of tea leaves are pointing that way. Elon didn't definitively deny it. When I read Eva's post, I read his response to that a lot differently. Kind of sidestepping it, but I hope he's not. I don't want him to step down. And nothing against Zach, but I want an engineer leading Tesla. That's my biggest thing.
There is no
Yeah.
successor, I think, to Elon that is as multifaceted as he is. Also, I think until FSD ships, until Cybertruck ships, it doesn't really make sense for Elon to step down at the helm to give up that responsibility that he set out. I think once those two bigger projects, FSD being obviously the bigger one, has come to fruition, obviously, I think at that point we can talk about it. But I think this is mostly a nothing burger. In kind of just my prediction.
I hope so.
But there would never be another person as faceted as Elon. So I guess we will just have to be happy with someone with maybe half as many abilities as Elon has.
Yeah.
As long as he stays on the engineering side, I'm not that concerned.
It also has to do with the maturity of the company. So once it's more mature and it's, rolling on its own, and whoever is managing it properly, then he'll have the comfort level to step away.
Hey, Hans,
Yeah.
can you allow, so it's not letting me share my screen right now. So I'm sharing, but I think you have to approve it. So we can
I
test
can
this
add
out.
it. You want to go ahead and bring it up? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So just once it comes back on, let's test the volume, the sound.
Cool. Sounds good.
Yasha, you might find this funny, but I had the owner of the Florida Panthers. He criticized one of my videos because he didn't like the joke. He literally left a comment.
Really?
That was it. Just the joke. That was all.
Are you sure? Are you sure it was him?
Yeah, it was, because it was. He also owns a hedge fund, a shorting hedge fund. So my video was kind of anti that. So he was responding, but he just criticized the joke. I just thought it was really funny.
Wow, that's very interesting. Well, it's sad to hear that, because I am cheering for the Panthers out of the Final Four. So
I'm an anti-Panther fan now.
Yeah, look what he's done.
Yoshi's all about the Lightning. We know this.
Oh yeah, great. Thanks, Nico, for spreading rumors around town. I am a Canucks fan. I'll have that known. But as we suck, I am in hiding at the moment. So
I think Vegas is going to win again.
Yeah, that's a good guess. Yeah. One thing I will. By the way, Hans, are you at Farzad's place there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Okay, right on. Okay, where's the man?
Farzad got a downgrade for the day. He is at the event. So he and Cindy are there. And so they're planning to call in at some point, potentially here, not too distant future. So, we'll see how their service goes. The cell service out there is pretty bad. So he probably would have to exit and come back in. So we'll see if we can get him. But that's the hope, is that he can do live coverage from the event at some point today, and we'll pull him into the stream.
Love it.
But if not, we'll just carry on without him.
Right on. Yeah, I think you're doing a better job than he would, to be honest. Don't tell him I told you that.
I don't know.
Much better. Didn't he say he was also didn't he say he was bringing Elon in for a private interview also?
Yeah, I think I heard that.
Mm-hmm.
That's only for the people that like and subscribe.
Yeah, there you go.
It's funny, live streaming today to multiple accounts. So Nicholas, you've got your live stream up. This is live streaming Yashu, we don't have yours set up, do we?
No.
Okay, so it's live streaming on my channel, live streaming on Farzad's channel, and live streaming on Nick's channel. So Yashu, if you want to jump in on that, we can go ahead and add it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe when I get back to my desk. It seems like everyone's in Austin now. I was seeing group photos on Twitter, just getting FOMO looking at it.
Yeah, we had so we went to the rooftop bar yesterday at I think Edge, and had a great time. But then it started raining on us, and first it was just a little drizzle, and everyone's like, "Yeah, we can deal with this." And then it really started to come down, and so we're all trying to get back inside. And they have a covering that you could walk under, but it has holes in it. And so it's like pouring rain. It was terrible. And so, we all got soaked. It was fun. But then we went down the stairs, and a bunch of people were there. And I think tonight there's going to be another event, and it's going to be fun. There should be even more people present. So.
Oh, right on. It's the Texas weather. You never know what's going to happen.
Yep.
Nope.
So.
I will mention another topic if anyone's interested in it. So Elon replied to Tesla Economics thread about questions, and he said these are good questions. And one of the questions was about advertising, and it was asking. He was basically saying, "Have your thoughts on advertising changed? Do you guys think this meeting we get any insight on whether or not Tesla wants to push out ads? Do you think that's going to be a topic of conversation?"
That's a great question.
Isn't his choice of CEO suggestive of that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess in a way you can't really talk out of both sides of your mouth and say, look, we should have a bunch of advertisers pay for our platform and ads are great, and then at the same time say ads suck and Tesla's never going to use them, which I don't think, is Elon's point of view, anyways. I just think he doesn't think they're necessary. But yeah, I wonder if that's changed, because Elon's been open to the idea of advertising the safety features and showcasing that for Tesla. And I wonder if this meeting that gets brought up at all.
I think he could be manipulated into doing an educational campaign in the guise of advertising. It'll have the same impact, but it'll serve the purpose. I mean, that's kind of everybody's clamoring for that. Educate people on EVs so they understand costs, benefits, etc. I think he could get behind that and still stay consistent with his intention of not advertising.
Yeah, I think that would be great.
Yeah, I don't know if I would say that he's talking out of both sides of his mouth. Just because I think for Twitter it makes sense, right? It's obviously a business built on advertisement. They advertise for Starlink, but I think of it a lot kind of like he had some commentary, I think, back in 2019 talking about LiDAR, saying that he's not anti-LiDAR. It's about the right use and the right application. And for SpaceX, they have certain uses where it makes a lot of sense. For autonomous vehicles, it makes no sense. And I think, actually, Yasha, you said it the other day on a stream or a short or something I saw, where you were saying, you go from $0 to $1 trillion valuation on no advertising. It's kind of really hard to say, I need to have advertising. That doesn't make sense. Starlink makes sense. Twitter makes sense. So at a certain point, maybe he realizes it does make sense. But for me, I just want them to advertise FSD. I mean, I'm not saying it works great everywhere. I just know what it looks like in my given locale. It works beautifully here. And we have so many accidents here, so many stupid accidents. And it needs to be advertised just for that, for the safety reason. Like, that's all I care about. And I hope they start doing that, because people just don't know about it.
I just heard that. I'm sorry.
Go for it, Richard. Yeah.
I just heard that, and I don't remember which companies were, but two of the it might have been BYD or something comparable. They are removing LiDAR from their. So maybe it was Baidu, maybe a Baidu partnership.
Baidu.
They have advanced, advanced. They're removing LiDAR from the system because it's too expensive, and they think they could do. I've heard this before, maybe somewhere else, but they think they can do it with cameras. So they are basically adopting Tesla's system, in essence, which is probably not very good for all the LiDAR companies and radar companies, I would think.
Yeah, I think it was Baidu. Also, on that note, I did hear as well that all of the mapping that has to be required for Tesla's vision in China for FSD has to go through Baidu as one of the designated partners with the government there, which I actually found that was an interesting tidbit as well. So maybe there's a future Baidu Tesla partnership, if they're not already partnered up on something, I forget. But yeah, FSD, I agree. Nico is going to be a big portion to advertise. I just don't think you can do it yet. I think you advertise FSD once it's kind of out of release and it's not really. It's still in beta right now, right? And Hans, if you're on Thinkorswim, there you might have to open up Trader TV on the side panel as one of the widgets. Pop up Trader TV, and then you can open that up as its own window. Just a heads up.
Okay.
So
yeah, I think Nicholas is probably going to drive the CNBC stream for us. So hopefully
you want to try real quick, make sure.
Yeah,
everything works.
Let's do it.
All right.
Stream.
And then
with the
can you guys hear that?
AI and what we did
Yes.
in 1999.
All right, and
yeah, just
that
a little bit louder.
Real peak of the bubble.
I think there a little bit of is what Rick said, right? When we look
Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
There.
around for a
Okay.
decade,
Yep.
most benefit.
All right, cool.
You know,
I'll just keep that up.
Dr. Know-It-All and James Dauma adopted my standard as to kind of when FSD could be saleable and kind of advertised. And they said, and I agree, it's when Tesla will guarantee and indemnify anybody who uses it. So if you use it, you end up in an accident, you have some claim, Tesla stands behind it 100%, period. At that point in time, I think they could, it'll be at a different level. They could recognize more the income, and I think it becomes more of a saleable product because of their indemnifying the driver and anybody else, any third party.
It's definitely a huge signal on their level of confidence in the safety of the system. And yeah, I think that's a very good observation.
I don't know if that's ever going to happen. Not because Tesla won't solve FSD, but I think they're going to proxy that by just lowering your insurance costs to signify that they're so confident that FSD is safe that if you buy Tesla insurance, your cost can be like $20 a month or something crazy low. I just don't know. I wonder if it just sets up incentives in a way if you totally get rid of any liability for an FSD driver. Maybe you can set up weird Dan O'Dow type, situations or something where it tricks it. But I guess that is kind of the end goal for Elon. That even if you're trying to trick it, you're not going to be able to. But I'm just not sure if that's going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, I think in the grand scheme of things, the number of claims will end up being tiny. And they'll be theoretically, you'll have, even if it doesn't work 100%, whatever accidents will happen will be more moderated. And I just think that you'll end up with, you're promising a lot, but your obligation is small, certainly relative to what the revenue of the company is. And I think it really gives a great signal to the public to jump in because they feel safe, because you're telling them they're safe.
I think it has to get to a point where the onus is on Tesla, especially with robo-taxis. And I think for L4 and L5, I know people don't like the levels, but I think that's the way it's going to have to be, right? The onus, I think, to be L4, L5 have to be on the company. But what do you think about that, Yashu, with robo-taxis?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the fleet operator might have to take some of that onus and liability, but maybe it's just a nothing burger anyways, because it just never happens, right? It's just like, accidents are so infrequent that it's just not even a consideration. But I think until the entire world is on FSD, it's not probably something that I think Tesla or any other FSD maker is going to want to take in terms of liability risk. But I guess they're underwriting for it already, but they're collecting some premium. So, I don't know.
By the way, Nicholas, I had back surgery on L4 and L5, and it was really wonderful. So it worked out great.
That's good. That's good. I don't like bulging discs either. But yeah, what was I going to say? With as far as nefarious actors, I mean, luckily the car has cameras all around, right? So if someone does something nefarious, like, we got you red-handed, like it's going to be on you. It's the same way people are getting accidents and saying, oh, it was auto steer or FSD, and luckily we got the data.
Yeah, we cover you unless you commit fraud, basically.
Yeah.
We don't cover fraud.
Do we know how many cars have FSD in the States right now?
I believe, yes. Didn't they share what the beta user group was? I feel like it was in the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, but I'm thinking now that Elon said that they would give it to everybody for a month.
Not yet. He said that's going to happen. He said that'll happen. Yeah, I mean, the next couple of months. He said that once the new FSD is smoother, then he'll release it, which probably means by the end of the year for a couple of months trial or something. I'm actually really excited for that, by the way. Maybe it's one thing trying beta and trying it here and there, and I've had an awesome person reach out and actually tour me around in FSD beta, but being able to try it in the same routes that I drive to work or drive to an appointment from, and seeing how it would drive differently is going to be a really cool experience. And hopefully, if Elon's listening, FSD subscription in Canada, we're all waiting for it. So.
Yeah, I think it's going to be exciting to see what happens with the accident rate, because I mean, all the news media will have eyes on Tesla, the Tesla cars during that time. There will be so many people out there who never tried it before. Could be exciting. So I hope it works really well.
Yeah, Yoshi, what was the last version you tried?
I think it was 10 dot something. It's been a while.
Oh, you're in for a treat.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah. That's Hans. He just drove it, yesterday with Farzad?
Yeah, Farzad drove me down to the bar on 1136, and it was like I didn't even notice that it was driving most of the time. Like I knew that it was driving, but it wasn't one of those things where it was doing funky, weird stuff that made me nervous. I was like, oh my gosh, this dang car. Like it just was chill the whole way.
I'm excited. By the way, if you guys are listening to this, drop in the comments what your prediction is for Tesla wide release of FSD going out, robotaxis wise. And I want to hear all you guys' guess on the panel. Hans, I think I know yours because we just talked about this last week, but I do want to hear everyone's guess in terms of timeline-ish, not to put you on the spot. Mine is probably 2026, 2027.
Yeah, I've said 26 before, so now I was watching the video with Farzad when he picked up Alexandra, and it was so funny. She was so tense in the beginning, and then after a while she forgot that she was in a self-driving car, and I forgot about it. I was, oh yeah, this car is driving by itself, and I thought it was such a big difference. I haven't been watching videos for a while, so maybe I'll say the end of 25 now, to be a little bit more optimistic.
I don't know. What's your opinion, Hans? Because you are an expert somehow on AI as well, and development is
expert.
Really quick. Expert. Everyone
expert is the wrong word. I listen to smart people talk. That's about the extent of it. But I would say my prediction is that we get that free trial and it kind of starts to expand here in North America, probably sometime between like 2024, somewhere between January and December of 2024 is my. Now that's not robotaxi. That's just wide release of FSD beta.
Yeah, I think about the predictability. There are two aspects of it. The one is how fast it really goes until it's there, and this part is difficult to predict because in AI we see very much advancements in short time. The other thing is the legal thing, and this could dure a little longer.
I'm going to say it's going to be a Christmas present. So it's going to be version 12, and then the free trial in December of 2023, and full self-driving, never, because it's going to be an ongoing project. So it's never going to be full self-driving.
But when would the first commercialized robotaxis for Tesla come out then? I guess not fully autonomous, 99.9%, let's say.
I'm gonna correlate it to what happens in Vegas. So I think when they just approved a further expansion of their tunnel system in Vegas. Mm-hmm. I think it'll be done sometime in 2024. So I'm going to say the end of 2024 or beginning of 2025 in Vegas.
Yeah, so you don't want to talk about the levels, but this is level 4. And level 4 is restricted areas. And I could imagine that some restricted areas that are very compelling and easy to drive, and some time in the day where it's good and no rain and whatever, maybe then you get earlier permission. The question is if Tesla likes to do this, if they are really inspired, it would give them a lot of good data points if they try it, but who knows?
Yeah, I think not legal advice is pretty spot on. I think at the end of this year, FSD beta will be at a point where I think most of us would be like, okay, we're there. It's just about comfort now and polishing from that point on. And the reason I think that really is because I can tell that they're already working on parking lots. Parking lots are starting to get better. Elon talked about Summon and working on that. I think that's the last stuff. I think that's the easiest stuff, and that's why they haven't focused too much on it. But I see FSD beta getting to a point where we're like, okay, we barely ever do anything on this, where we just don't do anything on this. Essentially, Omar's drives become the standard for everyone, I think, by the end of this year. I think robo-taxis will happen after Giga Mexico is built, because I think that's where robo-taxi will come out of. And I think, again, I'm just like parroting Yashu here, but I think I think it's you, Yashu, who said this, but I think there'll be an intermediate period where we have self-driving taxi rides with humans behind the wheel for a little bit to test out a new app for ride hailing, all these things like an intermediate, so that when it comes to robo taxis, it's already ready to go. We don't have to start from scratch then, because it makes no sense. So I think 2025, once Giga Mexico done, shortly after that, I see robo taxis.
Yeah, I think I would expect, if we get it should be within 6 months to a year after we get the free trial of FSD, that somewhere there's a jurisdiction that has commercial rides approved. And so whether it's the boring tunnels there in Vegas, or whether it's, potentially somewhere like Phoenix, or even San Francisco, that, there will be something shortly thereafter. So, Ishan, how's it going?
Let me unmute first. Hey, how are you guys? It's been a while, hasn't it?
It has been. So we're talking about expectations on when you think the first commercial robo-taxi ride might arrive. Do you have an opinion on that?
I do, but first, love seeing you in the host seat, in the set.
Yeah,
it's
a much nicer setup.
Absolutely. I think the first commercial rides, of course, with a human on the driver's seat, will probably happen fairly soon, most likely. I guess not this year, but perhaps the first half of next year. But I think what's the most important thing, one ride or a few rides or a limited space is not what is going to be like a driving force behind FSD really, becoming popular amongst ride hailing. I think the first thing that becomes, or that people are going to look at, is extending the time that taxi drivers can stay on the roads legally. And today, I mean, there are jurisdictions where there are 8 continuous hours to 12 continuous hours of limit, followed by a rest time, where a taxi driver cannot really drive. But if that sort of goes up to 16 hours to 20 hours, I think that is something that will really drive adoption. And as soon as we can get to that with the justification that, hey, the driver is not really tired after driving 16 hours, because he's not really driving, he's monitoring, and that's a completely different job. I think that's where we'll really start seeing the asset value increase that Elon has been talking about.
That's great.
And the same goes for truck drivers.
I did just want to let everybody know here in the stream that I do not have access to the comments on Farzad's channel. And so if you want to have comments brought up here in the live chat that I can show, like Bastion's here, you may actually have to move over to the live stream on my channel, which if you just search for Hans C. Nelson on YouTube, you should be able to find that. Sorry, this is the first time doing a multi-stream, and I wasn't sure how that was going to work out. I can see that there's a lot of activity in the chat over on Farzad's channel, but I don't have any way to feature you here in the live stream. So yeah, if you want to move over for a minute, just if you'd like to get something on the screen, then I'd be happy to to feature some more people. Anyways,
Yeah.
yep. Sorry, back to you.
No, I think I said my piece. I mean, I think it's more relevant and valid for truck drivers. I would presume that, and by the way, Tesla Semi does not have FSD as of today, but I would presume that once it hits, it's gonna hit with like a lot of force, and it's gonna really help extend it'll show and prove that drivers need not drive for just 12 hours a day. It could be 16 to 18 hours as well. And that's a direct 50% bump in productivity.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be a big mover.
Hey, Hans, I got some questions over here from my channel in the chat.
Sure.
So let's go around the wheel here. So this is from Oliver Koster. Hope I'm saying your name correctly. What do you guess will be the biggest news today? I'll start with Hans.
Put me on the spot. I think that they're
man.
totally gonna announce a robotaxi as a service system, where they just make the outside shell of a vehicle and then sell it to people who can create a business inside of it. Actually, no, I think the news, I'm actually thinking they might announce a gigafactory today based on all the chatter that we've been hearing from, talking to Macron and some other things moving around, that there's definitely a possibility that we see, a gigafactory announcement today.
Nice. Where do you think? In France, India, New Zealand?
I'm hoping for South Korea, but we'll see.
South. Okay. All right. What about you, Mimi? What's the biggest news you think from today? You're muted. Oh. Hey, Mimi,
you're muted.
I'm talking. I'm hearing. No, I don't expect anything exciting to happen. It's not really the forum for that. But if anything, I'm with Hans on the Gigafactory, and I was hoping for Indonesia because I thought that would be really exciting. But or Canada.
Nice. What about you, Severin?
I don't expect anything, but I'm sure analysts will find anything that or something to drag the stock down. Whatever.
That's fair enough. Not legal advice?
Yeah, I think it'll be amazing, but Elon's going to announce that he started training for and will be participating in the ski jump at the next Winter Olympics.
I thought you were going to say jiu-jitsu and he's going against Mark Zuckerberg.
I was thinking maybe the biathlon.
Sean?
Yeah, I think I echo that. Nothing major that's new. Perhaps a reiteration of some of the good old things, Cybertruck timeline, Mexico Gigafactory timeline, battery updates. What I'm really looking for today is reiteration of the capital expenses ahead. I think what the level of capex that they perhaps say they're going to do 8 to 10 billion if they're putting in, it means that there's perhaps a new gigafactory that's going to come up, given that, Texas and Berlin, as they were being built, we were at $6 to $8 billion of run rate in terms of capex. That also includes, Shanghai ramp ups as well. So if it's 8 to 10, I would perhaps think that there is a new gigafactory being planned at this point in time. That will be parallel to Mexico, that is. The other thing is really about, they've spoken about Corpus Christi. If we can have, more firm dates on those, I think that's going to be exciting. But yeah, really run-of-the-mill technical stuff, nothing that Wall Street would be looking forward to, I guess.
Yeah, and I guess I'll end it here and echo the same kind of thing. From a engineering background, if there's one thing boring is good. And so I'm hoping for boring. It's a shareholder meeting. I want it to be like last year. We're reflecting on the positive over the last year. We can talk about some optimistic stuff with Cybertruck stuff we know, but I'm hoping for no news is good news is what I'm hoping for.
I do think that Hans's idea is really innovative about a North Korean factory. I think that's really interesting.
Oh, did I say North Korea? Yes, that's a great idea.
Even France is better.
Well, if you didn't think Elon was political before, that move will do something.
Anybody want to wager? Anybody want to wager if there'll be a Tesla van announcement today?
Yeah, I would say no.
I would say
not
no.
A product thing. Like Elon's been clear that these things aren't meant for product announcements, and
I think would be
should have their own platform.
I think what would be an interesting question is the over/under as to what time it'll start. I think I'm going with 1:28.
I think there's a chance because of the CNBC interview. There's a chance that we start on time today, but we'll see.
Yeah, no chance. 1:28 Pacific. Sorry.
Oh, okay. You threw me off. I'm like,
Back to the future.
I'm on East Coast. I'm thinking Central. Okay. Well, there's an hour buffer, right? There's an hour between what's supposed to be the end and CNBC.
Something like that.
Yeah.
That's about right. Elon's normally delays things by about 40 minutes, 50 minutes, an hour.
Mm-hmm.
You had something up earlier, Hans.
Yeah, I wanted to pull that. So this is Ethan asks, with Linda as the new CEO at Twitter, she will demand massive product development, and Elon would need to triple down his time there. What's y'all's take on this? I'm not sure that I'm on board with that line of thinking, but yeah, curious to see what everyone has to say.
No, I don't agree. It's Elon that wants the product development, and he will have the drive there. He has a very clear plan where he wants to bring the company technically.
I do think there are going to be features, or maybe not features, but capabilities that Linda is advocating for on behalf of the advertisers. And so I can definitely see that. But I don't think it will take any more of Elon's time than he's already devoted to Twitter. I think it's still potentially a scaled back amount because he should be offloading things that he is doing to her currently, and maybe a portion of what he was doing before now is added to just increase the amount of time that's spent on actual technical challenges there within the company. Would be my personal take on that. What do you think, Nicholas?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Elon still the board?
Yeah.
So no one's going to be demanding anything of him. It's not a Steve Jobs moment where, he can just get kicked out. He'll do what he wants. He's essentially going to be the CPO. CPOs are more about vision and direction. And once you have that vision direction, you have other people who actually go and execute. So
yeah, as a private company, it's a different thing because he's, basically the sole shareholder, the complete owner. There's no one that he answers to. He's definitely driving the bus. So.
I was going to ask you guys something if you've seen anything on the East Coast or Central. I'd say on the West Coast, especially over the last month, there's been this theme that Tesla's price cutting is killing the car industry. That's kind of the promoted theme. I was wondering if you're seeing that where you are.
No, I don't. In Florida, at least, my friend actually, on Saturday we went and picked up his new Model Y. It was packed. Lots of brand new Teslas there. I think like the people I talked to, they they aren't even aware that Tesla's cut prices. I mean, I think it's just us, and CNBC will talk about when they price cut, but not when they increase. I mean, it's like anything else, right? Like if anything else in the world, or just look at CPI, right? There's a reason CPI changes every single month. It's because prices constantly fluctuate. It's no different than with cars. Yet for some reason, we make such a big deal about this because everybody else goes through dealerships, so you don't see those fluctuations. But those every car is sold at a different price, whether it's because of negotiations or the market or inventory. So this is just so silly for people to get so worked up on this. I don't think Tesla's killing any car market. I think Tesla is just, to what Elon said, they're putting cars at a price range to make sure that they don't build up inventory. That's it. The market dictates that, not them.
There is probably a hint of the market forces itself in the argument, right? I mean, when we talk about something killing a market, it's basically one player that's probably moving towards monopoly. And it doesn't necessarily need to be like a strategy by a company to move towards monopoly. It could just be the power of the offering, which I think is the case with Tesla, right? You said it right. I mean, car prices have been volatile all along, not just at on a time scale, but across different areas, different geographies, and different, one dealer gives you 35,000, the next dealer, in the next town will give you 36,000, another one's going to give you 34,500, right? So it wasn't exactly transparent as much, I would say. There was always a chance for negotiation. So if I'm good at negotiation, I can get a 35,000 car at maybe 33,500. Perhaps Hans can get it at 32,500. Perhaps not legal advice is going to be sold that at 37, right? So, I mean, at the end of the day, I think what's happening is that the prices that Tesla is showing for that particular value, there is perhaps no other car manufacturer that can provide that kind of value at that price point. And even though most people are not going to be taking a quantitative approach to analyzing it, at some level, a lot of people do feel that, hey, any other vehicle does not provide me the value that Tesla does. So there's no point looking at any other car manufacturer. And I think that's where the sentiment comes from. And before Tesla came along, to be honest, like, you select a segment you want to buy a vehicle in, and you basically have like 98% of the features are the same at a particular price point, right? So it's just choice. It comes down to, hey, does it look great? Does it handle, which one handles great? And different people like different vehicles because they handle differently, they look differently, they've got, small little features here and there, but ultimately the package is more or less the same. It's like, we humans, each one is different, but we are 99.9% the same when it comes down to our DNA. So yeah, I think that's what's happening. Tesla's the mutant with superpowers, and everybody else is like, this guy, that mutant's more powerful than us, and that's where this feeling is coming from, I think. And it's not just West Coast or one particular area. I think I can speak for an audience halfway across the world, and it's pretty much the same feeling. Wow, pin drop silence.
Mic drop. Do you still hear noise, Hans?
No, that's better. So, Nicholas, did you have any other comments from your viewers that you wanted to bring up and ask questions?
Yeah, nice music, by the way. Yeah. So, question from John Loves Spain, which I love. Does canceling our RHD rear handling drive, rear wheel drive, I think is what they're saying. Does canceling
right hand drive.
Right hand drive. Thank you. Canceling right hand drive SNX just really close, or is it just a question of volume? What do you guys think?
Are y'all having a hard time? Like Nicholas, on my end, your mic dropped out for just a second, so I don't know if that's an internet. Like it was there, but really quiet. So we missed the last part of the question. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I did something really stupid. I have the actual stream up here on the right, and when I unmuted myself, I heard that music, and I thought you were playing. Anyways, I'm dumb. I make mistakes. So the question is, canceling the right-hand drive SNX, does that suggest that FSD is really close, or is it just a question of cost reduction and low volume? We'll go with Hans.
I'm hoping that Highland is close, but I'm not sure on like this has been kind of a curious development, and I'm not entirely sure what to make of it. And it's also hard for me to try and read too much into the like inventories that get moved around a lot. I know that everyone seems to be watching those and trying to draw a lot of inferences from that. And I'm not sure how to make sense of all that, honestly. But I definitely hope that we're moving quickly to a reconfiguration on all of those.
How many units? How many units are we talking about?
100,000 a year, I think, for SNX.
Just in that locale.
So no, that's total globally, and so right-hand drive it's very minimal number of
20% of all.
Probably less.
Yeah,
I think it's like an insignificant. Ultimately, in terms of the total delivery numbers, it's an insignificant number, and maybe that's the decision making.
I think it was. It was done in the run-up of this recent news that we saw where Tesla's, I think, filed for demolition of one of the lines at Fremont. And I think that's basically to update Model 3 to, front and rear castings, perhaps structural pack. And the thing is, by completely cutting out SNX, let's say, right-hand drive, they're essentially making sure that they don't have to, have all of those switchovers. I guess there's just one line that's doing SNX, right? So in order to keep volumes up, because a switchover will probably take a shift or so, it's just not worth it. With one line down, volumes from that factory will anyways probably be, a little bit lower, perhaps 20-25% lower till the new line comes back up. So I think it's just optimizing the numbers till they're back up to full production. And I think that there will be at some point a gigafactory that's specifically dedicated to right-hand drive production, perhaps of all, if not most, if not all vehicles. It could be the UK, it could be India, it could be, I know Mexico's not right-hand drive, is it?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Google. ChatGPT.
Okay, South Africa, India, Australia's right-hand drive.
Yeah.
Okay. But they're like
Japan
is right-hand drive.
Japan. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Japan's right-hand drive. Australia, ANZ. So I think it makes sense. Indonesia's right-hand drive. So it makes sense to have one Southeast Asian factory that focuses on right-hand drive, or perhaps have like a part of Shanghai focusing on right-hand drive all vehicles, instead of right-hand drive vehicles being made in the US, which is diametrically opposite to all of the countries that have right-hand drive. Parts of southern African continent, India, Pakistan, ANZ, Southeast Asia. That's about it.
Okay, so they've started chalking on the.
Yep.
We're live.
All right, let's go.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Tesla's 2023 annual shareholder meeting in Austin, Texas. My name is Martin Vieca. I'm Vice President of Investor Relations, and I will be the chair of today's meeting. First of all, I really wanted to thank everyone who continues to do this trip on annual basis and shows up every time. It's really quite something that we have a following as dedicated as this, so thank you very much for that. I also wanted to thank our first-time visitors. I know that many of you won a lottery to come for the first time to a Tesla shareholder meeting. You'll probably notice that unlike many other shareholder meetings of other companies, this one tends to be a bit more fun. So hope you enjoy that. But the last thing I really wanted to say is that just thank you so much for all your support over the years. We really feel like you're part of our mission, part of our story, and it's something we truly, truly value. So thank you so much for that. There will be two parts of today's meeting. First, the formal part of the meeting, where we will cover items that stockholders have been asked to vote on, as well as any other matters that are properly presented. And after the voting, I will introduce Tesla's co-founder and CEO and Techno-King, Elon Musk, who will give a presentation about Tesla's year in review. But at this time, I'd like to thank the members of the Tesla team and the board who are here with us here today. A representative from PricewaterhouseCoopers, Tesla's independent auditor, present with us as well. But before we begin, I'd like to introduce you to Tesla's chair, Robin Denholm, who would like to say a few words.
I'm a little bit shorter. So, hello, everyone. On behalf of the board, I am really honored to welcome you all here today to the 2023 annual shareholder meeting. It's wonderful for me to see everyone in the room today and also the many investors that have joined us today via the virtual live stream. It's our third straight year of having the annual meeting here in Austin. At the first meeting, the factory was still in the early stages of development, with equipment being installed and commissioned. During the 2022 meeting, production had started to ramp as we produced about 1,600 vehicles that week. And now, less than a year later, we have more than tripled the amount, having achieved production of 5,000 cars in a single week. A huge congratulations to the Texas team. And on top of that, we are getting ready to roll out our first Cybertrucks. This exponential trajectory of the Gigafactory here in Texas is a reflection of Tesla as a whole. In 2022 was another record-breaking year for us, with deliveries growing by 40% year over year. And that trend has continued in the first quarter of 2023. We would not be able to achieve this growth without the dedication of our amazing employees. I've been fortunate enough over the years to actually travel to many of our locations, all of the gigafactories around the world, and I can tell you that I've witnessed firsthand how our exceptional employees in our global talent across the world has together achieved our mission, or furthered our mission, of accelerating the world's transition to sustainable energy. A huge round of applause, please. This year, here in Texas, we also had our very first Investor Day, where we introduced our company leaders from design to engineering to supply chain, manufacturing, energy, and charging. And they each spoke about the role of their teams in making our mission come to life. And I was thrilled that investors were able to hear directly from this outstanding leadership team that Elon has been able to put together over many, many years. It is on the strength of their leadership and the hard work of our dedicated employees around the world that I believe we are not only weather the macroeconomic environment that we've seen this year, but also continue to be in the strongest position ever to advance Tesla's mission. As a startup, Tesla proved that electric vehicles could be fun with the Roadster. They could even be better than gas-powered vehicles in every single way with the S and X, and could be all of these things as well as affordable with the Model 3 and Model Y, which last quarter became the best-selling vehicle of any kind in Europe and the best-selling non-pickup vehicle in the United States. And today, as one of the world's largest global companies, we plan to change the paradigm again by forging the path to achieving a global sustainable energy economy as set out at our Investor Day in our Master Plan 3. As Tesla grows, so do our customers' positive impact on carbon emissions. When I stood here last year, I proudly announced that in 2021, our customers avoided emitting 8.4 million metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions, the equivalent of over 20 billion miles driven by internal combustion engine vehicles. Today, I can tell you that in 2022, our customers avoided releasing over 13.4 million metric tons of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, the equivalent of over 33 billion miles of driving of internal combustion vehicles. That's an almost 60% increase in total emission savings year over year. Putting more of our products in customers' hands helps grow that number, and our goals of making our products greener over time and further decarbonising the electric grid will help multiply that effect. As part of that goal, I am delighted to say that as described in our recent impact report, our global supercharging network was again 100% renewable in 2022. We've been able to achieve all of this while maintaining industry-leading margins and generating strong cash flows over the last several years. Going forward, we will continue our focus on capital investment plans to support our future growth with investments in batteries, in vehicle production, including the next generation platform, in the building of our lithium refinery that we recently broke ground on, in the energy storage factories, in our sales and service footprint, and in our charging network, among other things. Before I hand it back to Martin, I would also like to thank Hiro Mizuno for his dedicated service to the Tesla shareholders and the board these past 3 years. I would also like to express our enthusiasm on behalf of my fellow directors at the prospect of JB Straubel joining our board. I don't have to tell you that his passion for Tesla and green tech will make him an important asset in our mission to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy. So again, on behalf of our full board, thank you for your tremendous support and welcome to your 2023 shareholder meeting. And with that, I'll hand it back to Martin.
Thank you, Robin. I will now call the meeting to order. Please refer to the meeting agenda that has been provided to you and posted on the virtual meeting site. The time is now 3:10 p.m. Central Time, and I declare the polls are now open. We have already received over the last few weeks voting proxies from stockholders, meaning that almost all the votes that will be counted were already submitted before today. However, if you wish to vote your shares or change your prior vote, you may do so through the virtual meeting site. For those who are in person here today, ballots and ballot boxes were available to you at the check-in. Tesla's board of directors has appointed Computershare Trust Company to serve as inspector of elections. Computershare has taken and signed an oath as inspector and has certified that starting on April 6, 2023, the proxy materials or a notice of internet availability of proxy materials were mailed or provided to all Tesla stockholders of record March 20th, 2023. We have majority of outstanding shares represented at the meeting, so I declare that there's a quorum present at the meeting and we may proceed with the meeting. The items on the agenda are as follows. Number 1, the election of Class 1 directors Elon Musk, Robin Denholm, and J.B. Straubel to serve for a term of 3 years or until the respective successors are duly elected and qualified. Number 2, to approve executive compensation on a non-binding advisory basis. Number 3, to approve the frequency of future votes on executive compensation on a non-binding advisory basis. Number 4, to ratify the appointment of PricewaterhouseCoopers LLP as Tesla's independent public registered accounting firm for the 2023 fiscal year. Number 5, to vote on a stockholder proposal included in our proxy statement, which relates to the reporting of key person risk. Number 6, to vote on a stockholder proposal, which the stockholders did not seek to have included in our proxy statement. Tesla's board has recommended that our stockholders vote for each of the director nominees, for the approval by non-binding advisory vote of executive compensation, and the ratification of appointment of PwC as an independent registered public accounting firm for fiscal year 2023. And every 3 years for non-binding advisory vote for the frequency of future votes on executive compensation. With respect to stockholder proposal included in our proxy statement, which relates to the reporting on the key man risk, Karen Roberts-Dotier, on behalf of Sumtris, is here to present this proposal. Ms. Roberts-Dotier, can you please identify yourself? I would like to invite you to speak. You will have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you for having me here today. Under discussion is a shareholder proposal concerning key person risk at Tesla, requiring Tesla's board to draft a report covering the steps taken to ameliorate the potential impacts of loss of key persons in the company. However, before I begin, I would first like to say thank you to Mr. Musk. For so many of us, you stepped into fields where we had so desperately wanted to see change, and through bringing in a talented team, willing to put in the long hours, you dragged reluctant industries kicking and screaming into a better future. And for that, thank you. Building up this juggernaut around us, which, as you largely put it, runs itself these days. Thank you for that. And yet now here we are today, at a time when Tesla's technological leadership should be on display. The investment community largely sees us as adrift, with management focused on all the matters not Tesla, watching as Tesla's brand favorability dropped by 15 points last year, something that cost us margins. We have such a spectacular product pipeline and a team that knows how to execute at scale with low cost of goods sold, something that we are not being properly recognized for. It should go without saying, but apparently bears repeating, that if you cannot produce with low COGS, you have no future. When I look around the auto industry these days, I see a lot of companies that have no future. And that's a success on behalf of an incredible team here at Tesla that deserves recognition. When people look at this company, that's not what they see. They see the company as a synonym for its CEO. And then the discussion turns to everything except for where it should be focused. It's my sincere hope that by introducing this proposal, we can not only accelerate the development of management at Tesla, but also increase its visibility. The fact that this company is so much more than its key persons is something that the public and the investment community should see. A founder often finds their greatest success in ensuring the future of the company and the development of the management talent who can come after them. Think Tim Cook at Apple, Steve Ballmer at Microsoft, and so forth. People who are ready from day one to execute without controversy, without distraction, and build a future for the company. I encourage the board should embrace this opportunity in the most public manner possible to showcase the future being built right here so that the discussion among the public and the investment community revolves around that and not around every public statement on every other topic made by the leadership. I strongly encourage the board, the shareholders to support this proposal and for the board to embrace it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts-Loar. The board is recommended that our stockholders vote against this proposal for the reasons as set forth in our statement of opposition in our proxy statement. Finally, as you saw, and investor advocates for social justice would like to raise a proposal from the floor. The proponents did not seek to have their proposal included in the proxy statement. The board recommends that our stockholders who are entitled to vote on this proposal vote against it. As a reminder, as is disclosed in the proxy statement, I've been advised by the proxy holders that they intend to vote all shares of stock over which they have discretionary authority against this proposal. Only shareholders who are shareholders of record or have obtained a legal proxy may vote for this proposal after it is presented. Courtney Wicks, representing Investor Advocates for Social Justice, is here to present the proposal. Ms. Wicks, I would like you to speak. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Tesla board members, management, employees, and shareholders. My name is Courtney Wicks, and I am the Executive Director for Investor Advocates for Social Justice. And I'm here on behalf of As You Sow and the Sisters of the Good Shepherd, who have filed shareholder proposals in the past on child labor and human rights abuses in Tesla's supply chain. I stand here today to call on shareholders to vote yes on requesting Tesla to conduct a third-party report detailing the company's efforts to eradicate child and forced labor in its supply chain. The human rights risks that permeate throughout Tesla's value chain, when not adequately addressed, harm shareholder value and undermine Tesla's ability to lead the just transition. Growing attention and concern have been placed on child labor in cobalt mining in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, as well as on forced labor in China's Xinjiang region. 70% of the world's cobalt needed for EV batteries are sourced in the DRC. Over 40,000 children work in artisanal and small-scale mining, often without protective equipment and in dangerous spaces that frequently collapse. Many children are seriously injured or killed in the mining process. And Tesla's latest sustainability report seems to have audited 80% of the miners and refiners in their cobalt supply chain against responsible production standards. However, there are many industry-backed standards, some of which are weak, and it isn't clear what percentage of audits were conducted by which initiatives. It is also unclear how the company's due diligence ensures cobalt sourced from child labor is not intermingled in the industrial cobalt supply chain. Subsequently, an estimated 1.8 million people have been subject to state-imposed genocide, detention and internment camps, and forced labor in the Xinjiang Uyghur region. A recent study concluded that automakers cannot conduct meaningful audits in this region. The recent Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act in the United States Senate inquiry into Tesla's supply chain highlights the regulatory risks Tesla faces. We believe a third-party audit would provide greater transparency into how Tesla plans to eradicate child and forced labor from its supply chain. One of Tesla's competitive advantages is its sustainable leadership. Tesla, its board of directors and management team have a moral obligation to pursue ethical sourcing practices that do not rely on the lives of children or enslaved people. Tesla can continue to make a true leadership difference that forges a sustainable economic future that is anchored by innovation, empathy, human development, and shareholder value. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wicks. We will now accept votes for, against, or to abstain for this proposal, but again, only for record holders or legal proxy holders. Please note, this is the final opportunity to submit proxies in order for them to be counted. I declare the polls are now closed. Based on proxies we have previously received, I'd like to announce on preliminary basis that our stockholders have approved the recommendations of the Tesla board on all agenda items, except that shareholders have recommended 1 year for non-binding advisory vote on the frequency of future votes on executive compensation. This means that I would like to officially announce our new addition to the Tesla board, J.B. Straubel. After the final tabulation is completed, we will announce specific vote tallies in the filing form 8K within 4 business days of this meeting. That concludes the official business of today's shareholder meeting, which is now adjourned. During the course of the following session, we may discuss our business outlook and make forward-looking statements. Such statements are predictions based on current expectations. Actual events could differ materially due to a number of risks and uncertainties, including those disclosed in our most recent Form 10-K and 10-Q filings with the SEC. Such forward-looking statements represent our views as of today, should not be relied on thereafter, and we disclaim from any obligation to update them after today. And with that, please welcome Elon Musk.
I just want to say I love you guys. Well, we've got a lot of great news to talk about today. The Tesla team has done an incredible job of executing over the past year, and we have many exciting years ahead of us. So, yeah. So with the Tesla Master Plan Part 3, which admittedly was quite technical. We wanted to go into a lot of technical depth. It was clear that what we were saying was not just, were not merely assertions, but that they were backed up with physics and with real data, that it's realistic. And with the Master Plan Part 3, we want to basically, the goal is to give people hope, realistic hope, and maybe hope's even the wrong word, but simply to say that there is a path to a fully sustainable global economy, that we are on that path, that we are accelerating that path, and that so long as we don't get complacent about it, it will happen. So I'll kind of rush through a recap of the Master Plan Part 3, but some of the salient points are that it will actually take less energy to go sustainable, not more energy. It's actually more and some of these things may sound very obvious, but it's more energy efficient to go sustainable, not less. There's less mining that is required for a sustainable energy economy, not more. Also very important. I heard a question raised about cobalt mining, and you know what? We will do a third-party audit. So in fact, we'll put a webcam on the mine. And if anybody sees any children, please let us know. It's, so, I mean, I don't want to go off on a tangent too much on that front, but it's very important to appreciate that most of our battery packs are iron-based. A majority of our battery packs are iron-based, not cobalt. And then our other battery packs are nickel-based, and not cobalt. The nickel batteries use a little bit of cobalt as a binder, but only a tiny amount. In contrast, your phones all use 100% cobalt. I recommend complaining to the phone manufacturers. But even for the small amount of cobalt that we do use, we will make sure 6 ways to Sunday that no child labor is being exploited. Obviously, we're a company that cares a lot about doing the right thing, and we don't want to delude ourselves or delude anyone else. So, yeah, come. So, again, just recapping Master Plan Part 3, it's really the point is to say that it is very, very doable. It is happening. We need a threefold increase in solar and wind. We need to, really, some of these 29-fold increase in vehicle stationary and thermal battery production. Actually, in a nutshell, the way to think about sustainability is the faster we can make battery packs, the faster we can move to a sustainable energy economy. That's the fundamental limiting factor. So, let's grab some water here. So, yeah, I can't emphasize that point enough. The rate of lithium-ion battery production fundamentally decides the rate at which the world transitions to sustainability, because the batteries are needed for all forms of transport and for stationary storage, given the intermittent nature of solar and wind power. And we do invite people to critique our analysis, because any given analysis is going to be to some degree wrong. So that's why we put it out there, looking for critical feedback to say, well, perhaps we've got some things wrong, perhaps some things need to be adjusted. But generally, the feedback we've gotten is that actually our analysis is quite accurate, and we've not seen any rebuttals thus far that would cause us to change our assumptions. So it means roughly 240 terawatt hours of battery pack, or 240,000 gigawatt hours of battery need to be produced, but it'll only take 0.2% of land area for solar and wind. So it's not like we need to carpet the earth with solar and wind. It's just literally a fraction of a percent. Roughly a $10 trillion manufacturing investment, which relative to the global economy is actually a small number. Yeah, roughly 10% of the world economy. I think 10% of the world economy is a small price to pay for a sustainable energy future. It's also true that even when factoring in the cost or the emissions required to produce an electric vehicle, which for now are a little higher than gasoline vehicles, when you look at the emissions over time, electric vehicles absolutely win by a long shot. And as we're seeing, the cost and the emissions required to produce an electric vehicle are dropping rapidly over time. And we're going to get to the point where an electric vehicle is cheaper than a gasoline vehicle. So in 2022, we avoided releasing about 13 million tons of CO2, reduced manufacturing GHG per vehicle by 30%, and reduced water usage by 15%, despite massive increases in output. So we, we also made our factories safer, which is really important. So we track the injuries per person, and we believe at this point we are best in industry or have the lowest injuries per person. So. We're now actually quite the big company from a headcount standpoint. This is our direct employment number. So this does not count contractors. And for every manufacturing job, depending on how you count it, there are at least 5, sometimes up to 10 jobs created, because you got to look at the total supply chain, as well as all of the support functions. So, you know, when you create a factory like this, you actually create jobs for teachers, lawyers, carpenters, electricians, and restaurants, and everything that's required to support a person at a factory. And this is why countries and states are so interested in having manufacturing facilities in their location. So anyways, it's a lot of people gainfully employed doing very useful things. We received 3.6 million job applications last year. So and once again, the top 2 most desired companies for engineers on Earth were SpaceX and Tesla. So, you know, at the end of the day, the competitiveness of any given company is a function of where are the most talented people interested in working. That is the team that's going to win. In fact, I'd say this is generally the case. If you look at any given company and say, where are the most smartest, most driven people going to work, that company is going to win. So whether it's Tesla or any other company. We're also excited to announce our next-gen drive unit, which is a big reduction in silicon carbide. It's half the factory space. Notably, there are 0 rare earth elements required. So, yeah. And we're also changing to a 48-volt low voltage architecture in the car. So, yeah, this is a big deal actually. So the cars have been operating with 12-volt batteries for basically about a century. So for the first time in, I think, over 100 years, we're actually going to change from 12-volt voltage of, you know, outside of the drivetrain to a 48-volt architecture. And to first approximation, that means we need only about a quarter as much copper for in the car as would be needed for a 12-volt battery. So that's a big deal, because people are often worried about, you know, is there enough copper? Yes, there is. So. And FSD beta is growing hyper exponentially. So that chart is going to look like a wall, basically. And just a question for those in the room: how many people have tried out FSD beta? Okay, great. So what do you think of the latest build? Right. So it's really getting to the point where it's, at least for me, when I drive around, it's several days between interventions, and I think we're getting to the point where there's really just one last piece of of the system that needs to be a neural net, which is the planning and control function. And so we expect to have that last piece become neural net, so it'll be end-to-end from video in to control out as a neural net. And yeah, so the thing to appreciate is it's not that full self-driving will be as good as a person. It will be much, much better, like a lot, like over time, and 10 times more, 10 times safer than a person. It's not even going to be a contest, frankly. So this is a really big deal. And I think some people realize it. I think you guys probably realize it, but being able to do a software update and have several million cars suddenly go from manual driving to autonomous, I think will be the single biggest asset value increase in history. So. The normal usage of a passenger car is roughly 10 to 12 hours per week, call it maybe an hour and a half per day. And when you drive around, you see lots of cars just parked in parking lots because out of the 168 hours in a week, they're using less than 10%, maybe 7% of the hours of the week a car is in use. But once it is autonomous, it can be used probably, I don't know, 50 hours a week, maybe more. So it is effectively a 5-fold increase in the value of a car overnight. I'm actually surprised that so few people realize this, or maybe they just don't believe it's real. But it is. So this is really an insanely big deal. We're also the largest EV maker in the world. So. Yeah, and I think that will continue. And while at the same time being the highest margin of any car maker in the world. Now, making electric vehicles profitably is hard, as illustrated by the difficulty of our competitors. A number of our competitors are making EVs at a significant loss. But we are not. We are actually making EVs profitably, and almost no one else is. This is hard. So, and I'd say for this, it's a massive credit to the Tesla team for, I can't tell you how hard manufacturing is. Like, you've probably heard me say that prototypes are easy, manufacturing is hard. And then manufacturing at scale with positive cash flow is excruciating. It's mega pain. But the Tesla team has done it. So. And as you can see, our free cash flow per year has been increasing steadily. So, you know, we're making good progress. I mean, it should be said that, and I've made some of these comments, that that interest rates make have a very big effect on the affordability of cars. So the vast majority of people buy cars based on the monthly payment. So it's like how much is the monthly payment, and it's not a question of value for money. It's just, do they actually have enough money? Can they afford it? So for the vast majority of people, it's just, can they afford to pay the payment? As the interest rates increase and credit tightens, like it's safe to say that these various banks that have died are probably somewhat distracted from handing out auto loans. You know, it's like if they're on the way to the cemetery, increasing their auto loan portfolio is not the first thing on their mind. So this is going to be a challenging, I'd say, a challenging 12 months. I want to be sort of realistic about it. But Tesla is not immune to the global economic environment. I expect things to be just at a macroeconomic level difficult for at least the next 12 months. Like Tesla will get through it and we'll do well, and I think we'll see a lot of companies actually go bankrupt. So I want to make sure that this is not just the good news parade. It's important to understand that no company is immune to the macroeconomic environment. But that said, it won't be darkness forever. I expect probably a year of difficulty globally for everyone. And then my best guess is that the global economy turns around in roughly 12 months. And then Tesla will be in an extremely good position. So anyone who is a long-term investor, I think, will do extremely well. And here I want to give a big shout out to the Tesla internal software team. This is it's actually a really big deal that Tesla has such a powerful internal software team. I mean, that software team is responsible for handling the entire customer experience from buying the car, delivering the car, operating the factories, service and support. We internally wrote all of the insurance and financial software. The supply chain and logistics stuff, the data centers and infrastructure, and the analytics and insight. This is all internally written Tesla software. I think there are almost no companies in the world can do this because they do not have a very talented internal software team. So they're generally reliant on third-party enterprise resource planning software. But Tesla is not. This is a hidden strength of the company that often doesn't get a lot of attention, but is incredibly powerful. So once again, I'd like to thank them for their work. And as predicted, we are highly confident that Model Y will be the #1 best-selling car on Earth this year. And in fact, in Europe, the best-selling car of any kind, whatsoever. It's already was that in Q1, I should say. It's not like will be. It was that in Q1. And China, the best-selling SUV, and the United States, the best-selling non-pickup vehicle in the United States in Q1. So, it's going well. I don't know if this is like the optimal picture, but Tesla cars are actually the safest cars in the world. We put immense effort into vehicle safety, and we keep updating the safety. So we keep improving the automatic emergency braking system just with a software update. And we keep improving the airbag deployment with software updates. So we close the feedback loop on, like, when we see an accident, we analyze the accident. We say, what can we do from a software standpoint? Because there's actually quite a lot you can do to, first of all, avoid the accident, because the best accident is no accident. And then if the accident occurs, how do we deploy the airbags and the seatbelt pretensioners to minimize the probability of injury? So even for cars that people have owned for many years, we are behind the scenes continuously improving the safety of your car. And there are even some things that I think a lot of people aren't aware of, that we actually have automatic cabin overheat protection. So never in the history of the company has a child or a pet died in a Tesla. Like, so it's one of those like little known features, but because we have a large battery and we're monitoring things all the time, we can make sure that the cabin temperature never gets to lethal levels, and I think that's you know, big deal. So, oh yeah. So and then while lots of cars will say they've got like, you know, 5 stars or whatever, there's nuance to that. When we did the European NCAP sort of active safety tests, we got the highest scores that they've ever seen. So yeah. So we got a 98% score on the active safety system, which obviously isn't good enough, and we will. But we have got a game plan for getting rid of the last 2%. So. And then it's worth noting things like the total cost of ownership of a Model 3 is now comparable to that of a Toyota Corolla. So. Superchargers, we're making good progress. So our supercharger uptime is now 99.95%. So, yeah. And we have superchargers practically everywhere at this point. Going to Megapack, because this is stationary storage is an important part of solving the sustainable energy problem. And the Tesla Megapack is now more competitive than a natural gas peaker plant. So we have very strong demand for the Tesla Megapack, and we're going to make a lot of them. So, yeah. And a while back, I predicted that the Tesla stationary battery pack business would actually grow faster than the automotive side of things, and that's exactly what has happened. You can see it's an exponential curve, growing at a rate that is even faster than our vehicle sales. So, yeah, sorry. We're expanding Gigafactory Nevada for the Tesla semi-production line and for the 4680 in-house cell production. And yeah, some Megafactory stuff. So this is, so we're aiming for 40 gigawatt hours a year, both in California and in China, but I think long term, this will be much greater than this. I mean, I would say I wouldn't be surprised if long term the stationary battery pack activity went well in excess of 500 gigawatt hours per year. So the demand is like quasi infinite here. So. As we look ahead to tackle what we see as the choke points in the supply chain, one of them is lithium refining. I mean, there've been a few times on Tesla earnings calls where I've said, can someone please just do lithium refining? Because there's just a shortage of it. But we really see very little activity outside of China for lithium refining. So it's not that we wish to take on extra problems, but since nobody else was doing it, we felt we had to do this. And so we've just broken ground on a lithium refinery in Corpus Christi, which will be do more lithium refining than I think probably everything outside of China. So, yeah. And we've signed a deal for our next Gigafactory in Mexico, Gigamexico. And I think that's going to be a fantastic factory. So we're laying the groundwork for ultimately getting to 20 million vehicles a year. Yeah. So Cybertruck is a hard car to make. It's because it's such a radically new design. It actually, you can't just use conventional methods of manufacturing. We had to invent a whole new set of manufacturing techniques in order to build an exoskeleton-based car instead of an endoskeleton-based car. So it's extremely non-trivial to build the Cybertruck. But we're making good progress on that. We have the so yes, it's that's the thing when I in the factory I tour the Cybertruck line to see how we're doing there, and sorry for the delay, but we're finally going to start delivering production Cybertrucks later this year, and I think the product, if anything, is better than expectations. Cybertruck is the car I will be driving on a day-to-day basis. So, and people always want to know what our next product is. But this is not the time to. We obviously need to have a proper dedicated product launch. I just want to emphasize that we are actually building a new product. We are actually designing a new product. We're not sitting on our hands here. There are 2 new products that I think you will be very excited about. And both the design of the products and the manufacturing techniques are head and shoulders above anything else that is present in industry. So, yeah, anyways. If I were to guess, I would say of these 2 new products, just these 2 new products alone, I would say we will probably make, obviously this is just Elon's guess, so don't sue me. But Elon's guess is that that will probably make in excess of 5 million units a year of these 2 models combined. So. These are all real, by the way. I think the thing perhaps most notable is if you look at the difference between the last time we showed Optimus, and this was a video that was taken basically yesterday, and the Optimus team was up all night making this video. The Optimus team has done an incredible job. So just, yeah. And it's the motors the controllers, the electronics, and everything you see in the Optimus robot is a Tesla-designed system. So this is, we actually tried to find drive actuators and whatnot that were off the shelf. We found that there weren't any. In order to make an effective humanoid robot, you actually have to design the motors and gearboxes and the electronics from scratch, because it's a very different application from anything else that exists. So we took our world-class motor and power electronics team and said, okay, we need to design several actuators that don't exist in the world, and they did. So Optimus is working quite well. And then for full self-driving, as full self-driving gets closer and closer to generalized real-world AI, that same software is transferable to a humanoid robot. Just like humans can obviously walk around with their arms and legs, but we can drive a car, fly a plane, steer a boat, ride a horse. If you have a generalized understanding, or if you have generalized real-world AI, which is what we are developing for full self-driving, it can be transferred to basically anything. So Optimus will use the same FSD computer as the car. The Optimus stuff is I think extremely underrated, because people just cannot comprehend the consequences. Now, obviously, we need to make sure that we don't have a Terminator scenario. That's very important. It's all fun and games until Terminator shows up. But if you say, like, if you have had a generalized humanoid robot, what would be the effective ratio of humanoid robots to humans? Because I think basically everyone would want one, and maybe people would want more than one, which means the actual demand for something like Optimus, if it really works, which it will, is I don't know. I mean, 10 billion units. It's some crazy number. It might be 20 billion units if the ratio is, say, 2 to 1 on people, humanoid robots versus people. It might actually be. It's some very big number, is what I'm saying, and a number vastly in excess of the number of cars. So my prediction is that Tesla's long-term value will be, a majority of the long-term value will be Optimus. And that prediction I'm very confident of. So anyway. Let's see. So I think with that, we can do questions, perhaps. Oh, okay. What is it? Oh, yeah. We also want to make sure, please, retail investors, please vote. Normally, retail investors, for most companies, don't vote, but we really care about your vote of small investors, not just large investors. So please do register to vote. Your vote is very important. Yeah, I think that's it. So. Yeah. So with that, we can go to ad hoc questions from the audience. Okay, definitely the person in the Optimus outfit with the red cowboy hat. Great outfit. Sure. And we'll try to get through as many questions as possible. And you hit me with your toughest questions. Fine.
Okay, it is. Hey, Dad, it's your son Optimus.
Hey, kid.
I wanted to. Do you see it more likely that you guys will have an RV first or a cyber camper?
Well, we don't have any plans to build an RV quite yet, although I can certainly see how Cybertruck could be converted into an RV. And we are adding a lot of sort of attach points to Cybertruck, so others can build things. Somebody can have a startup or other companies can build things that are attachments that enhance Cybertruck and turn it into a camper, essentially. Because I think it'd be really cool to have all these like third-party things available for Cybertruck.
Thank you.
All right. I mean, you could also probably just, you're that close, you could just say it or something, I don't know.
Actually, we'd like you guys to queue up behind us. So
Okay.
3
All
mics.
right. Yeah, so
Go ahead and
queue
get
up.
in line. Thank you.
And try to make the question short so we can get through a lot of questions. Maybe. Oh, you mean just like a Tesla team doing a podcast about Optimus? Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I wonder if maybe we could have a sort of like an addendum after the earnings call, which is like a 30 minutes podcast on Optimus or something, like for those who are interested. Okay, I think we'll do that. So,
Great.
All right.
Hey, Elon, thanks for doing this today. It's an awesome event. Thank you.
Welcome. Thanks for coming. Hope you guys are having a good time.
Yeah, having a great time.
I'm pretty confident we have the funnest shareholders meeting by a long shot.
Undoubtedly, yeah. It's amazing. So I'm really excited about a lot of things with Tesla. It's hard to pick a good question that is going to cover everything. But with the energy side of the business, I think it's hugely underrated. I mean, we've got tons of problems in California with rolling blackouts.
Sure.
How do you think you can incentivize people, more for solar, battery backup, and we've got the referral program that's been beefed up as well. So, what are your thoughts there? How we can get people on board?
Yeah, actually, one of the challenges in California and a few other places is that in order to have the Powerwall be like an uninterruptible power supply for the house, we have to actually have a switch that disconnects you from the utility. Otherwise, you just send energy into the grid and it doesn't do anything. And that's actually been quite difficult with utilities, but I'd like to thank PG&E for recently helping us get approval for installing the backup switch for Powerwall in California so that people can have uninterrupted power in California. And we're working on that in every jurisdiction. So I'm confident that that's going to be a great long-term situation. And then, as I mentioned, Megapack is growing very, very rapidly. Yeah, so things are, things are really growing like ridiculously fast on the energy storage front. So yeah, I feel good about that situation. All right, next question.
Great. Hey, Elon, a lot of people have just kind of been wondering, how are you doing? So just wondering, what's up? How you doing? How you feeling? We saw you were partying in Cabo recently, so just
what, me? Must have been someone else.
Yeah, so how are you doing? Just human to human, how you doing?
Well, I have to say, it's been a bit of a roller coaster situation. Like it's actually pretty rare for me to be at a party. So that's like the first party I've been at in a while. And actually wasn't even going to go to it. Then my brother talked me into it. So thanks, Kimball. Yeah, I have to say, like sometimes the work pain level is quite excruciating. And then on top of that, I get dumped on in the press. So it's like, it's not exactly super fun. But
there was a short-term distraction because I had to do like some major open heart surgery on Twitter to ensure the company's survival. But that, I think Twitter is now in a stable place, and obviously very excited to have Linda Yaccarino join. And so I think Linda's going to do a great job running Twitter. And I'll provide, obviously, guidance on technology development. But as you can see, I think Twitter at this point has released more new features in the last 6 months than it has in the last 6 years. So, obviously this is not a Twitter meeting, but the larger point is that I feel at this point I don't need to devote incremental time. The amount of time that Twitter will take going forward is relatively small compared to the last 6 months. So yeah. Apart from there's like some macroeconomic things that we can't do anything about. Overall, I feel very good about the health of the companies, and I'm increasingly optimistic about the future. Thanks for asking. It's kind of you to ask. So.
Have you guys considered stretching out the financing terms on your auto business? You talked about earlier, consumers don't necessarily look at the sticker price they're paying. All they're concerned about is monthly payment.
Right.
And one of the fundamental advantages of an EV is that it's substantially more durable. And so would you guys ever consider stretching terms out to 10 years, especially in this rate environment, given the shape of the yield curve, extending the terms out that farther, you'd actually be capturing a lower cost of funds.
Yeah, I mean, the important thing to appreciate is that that the vast majority of the financing is from banks. So it's kind of whatever the banks are prepared to do. I mean, this year, I guess we'll do on the order of $100 billion of sales. And we don't have $100 billion in cash to finance that. So the vast majority of it has got to come from banks. So it's really the bank's choice of what they're willing to do. And it has been tricky with banks recently because, as I mentioned earlier, if you're a bank and you're not sure whether you're going to be alive or not, it's a pretty big distraction, and increasing your auto loan portfolio is very much a secondary priority. So it's just important to appreciate it's not up to Tesla; it's up to the banks. And there's not some easy solution where you can say have a so-called a captive financing arm, et cetera, because you have to securitize those loans, and the market for securitizing them is weak. There is no. I wish there was an easy path, but there isn't. So, I think it's just important to remember that the economy moves in cycles, and we've had a very long period of upcycle. The next 12 months will be, I think, difficult for everyone. And I think, when Berkshire Hathaway had their annual meeting, Warren and Charlie actually said, like, hey, this year, the Berkshire companies are going to make less money. And they're very well-run organizations, and I think that's just generally true for the economy. So, it's also important to remember that there are good times and there are dark times, but then the good times follow the dark times. So, my advice would be, don't look at the markets for the next 12 months. If there's a dip, buy the dip. And I think you will not be sorry because there's just generally a sort of there's an economic cycle to things, but things come back up. So my guess is tough times for a year. Like I said, just my guess. But then Tesla will emerge stronger than ever, and the long term, if you say like net present value of future cash flows, will be incredible, in my opinion. All right. So.
Hey, Elon, meet Kevin here.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, thanks. So Tesla is the largest position in my ETF, ticker PP, and that's for pricing power.
Right.
And I'm curious. I really think that some of the features that you highlighted here, like the over-the-air airbag deployments of improving the features, the safety features, are great things that we could be advertising. I know you've heard this many times before. I know you have. But
sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
$525 off every car this year is half a Netflix's advertising budget. $1,000 is the entire Netflix advertising budget, and I see their ads everywhere. Why not advertise these things that you told us here? I feel like nobody else knows about this. I just talked to Gordo, the Tesla bear, and he's still talking about 2016 New York Times pieces. These people are in the past, man.
That's like 7 years ago at this point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's actually, I talk to a lot of people and they still think that like Teslas are like super expensive. And like, no, actually the starting price for a Tesla is below the average auto price in the US. It's like, and that's a good thing. I mean, I think it's good that it's that way, you know, like our goal was always to make cars that are affordable to the general public. So I hear you. I mean, I think, and it's indeed ironic that, you know, Twitter is like highly dependent on advertising. So, you know, here I am, it's like, you know, never used advertising really before, and now have a company that's highly dependent on advertising. So I guess I should say advertising is awesome and everyone should do it. But I think I hear your sort of larger point, which is that there are amazing features and functionality about Teslas that people just don't know about. So yeah. And although there's obviously a lot of people that follow, like say the Tesla account and the you know, my account, whatever, on Twitter, to some degree it is preaching to the choir, and the choir is already convinced. So I think what you're saying does have some merit, and you know what, I believe in taking suggestions. So we'll try a little advertising and see how it goes. Okay. Okay. All right. I wasn't expecting that level of enthusiasm. But okay, it sounds like our shareholders, if I read between the lines, subtle as it is, are saying we should probably do some advertising. Okay, very well. All right.
Hi, Elon. Hi, Tesla. Thank you for everything. So my question is regarding, you recently added Steam to the car, and that's great. We can play video games. Is Tesla currently developing the ability for other parties to develop apps for the car? For example, if we can buy actually customizable themes for the operating system of the car, I think you can make some revenue there, like that space themes for the car or Lord of the Rings or stuff like that. Do you have any interest in that right now?
Well, I mean, the important. So I think the notion of having entertainment apps and whatnot becomes increasingly important as the cars achieve self-driving, because otherwise you can only really play games or watch movies or whatever when the car is stationary. You know, which, you know, if it's charging or whatever, then you can use it. But when it's at the point at which it's full self-driving, I think it's very much about entertainment and productivity. So I think that is something that might make sense in the future. But overwhelmingly, the focus right now for Tesla software, apart from improving safety, is achieving full self-driving, and then getting full self-driving to be much safer than human driving. And then once we achieve full self-driving, I think that there could be a lot of opportunity for apps and whatnot. So, but you know, even in the car as it is today, for a Model S and X, we've made a sort of a full Steam integration. So you can actually just literally log on with a Model S or X with your Steam account and play any game that is on Steam, which is a lot of games, which is pretty wild. I think a lot of people don't know that. You can play with a keyboard and mouse. You can play with a joystick or controller. You can also play Netflix, YouTube, or anything else. I mean, for my little son X, he loves watching, actually loves watching rocket videos in the rear screen of the Model S and X. So yeah, so it is something that we will do long term. But one of the things, we already have a lot of stuff there, and we'll do more as self-driving becomes a reality. So.
Hey, Elon, I'm John, or Dr. Know-It-All on YouTube, and I don't know it all. But anyway, my question is, as you guys move completely or finish the transition in full self-driving from version 1.0 of the software to 2.0, what do you perceive of as the potential stumbling blocks after that? Because it seems like that's the major, kind of step change that needed to happen, and so you're almost done with that, and what happens after that? And also, please let me interview you about full self-driving. I'll spend 2 hours talking about just that. So thank you.
Well, one can really think about full self-driving as sort of a march of nines of reliability. So we need to get to the point where the probability of injury is lower than that of the average human driver, and then ultimately probability of injury is much lower. So even at the point at which the car is capable of driving itself, there's still actually a lot of work to do, because every year there's 1 million people that die in auto accidents, and I think probably everyone in this audience has friends and family that have died or been seriously injured in auto accidents, and for there's like 1 million people that die. There's 10 million people roughly that are seriously permanently injured, and so it matters that if we can get that down by an order of magnitude, there's like 900,000 lives saved per year, maybe 9 million severe injuries prevented per year, and so that really, I think, morally has to be our primary goal. I guess I'm open to an interview on FSD. 2 hours is a long time, but okay. All right, I'll do an interview. It's got to be on Twitter, but sure. All right.
Hi, Elon. I'm Josh Phillips, long-term retail investor. My question's about battery-grade lithium supply in the next 10 years. Lithium experts all agree that mines are just not coming online fast enough to meet battery supply. And actually, Drew Baglino pointed this out recently. Some mines take 10 years plus to be permitted. And even GM has actually announced huge lithium deals that will secure away supply from the rest of the industry. So what's Tesla's plans to get more supply of lithium at the mine level outside of refining, but also at a deeper level than a traditional offtake? Because as we know, he who controls the spice controls the universe.
Sure. I actually think that the industry analysis is incorrect, and the constraint is fundamentally that of processing. Now our refinery in Corpus Christi that we're building is primarily oriented towards refining spodumene, of which there is a truly vast amount in the world. I think about 3/4 of our lithium comes from Australia. And frankly, you could increase the rate at which the mines are operating. And the limiting factor is not how fast can you mine, but how fast can you process. So the mines are only going to produce ore at the rate at which refineries can handle the ore, or it's pointless. So I think my opinion, and obviously I could be wrong about this, but is that it's really not about the lithium ore. Lithium is extremely common. Lithium is everywhere. In every country's got lithium. It's not like oil. So lithium is one of the most common elements on Earth. But taking the lithium ore and refining it to battery grade is extremely difficult because the purity levels required for a battery are extremely high. If you have even a small impurity, then you will degrade the life of the cell dramatically. So you need ultra pure battery grade lithium, and that's why our focus is on refining as opposed to mining. Thank you.
Hi, Elon. Thanks. It's a great time here. You spoke about safety in your presentation of the vehicles, and I just want to say I'm thankful to you for building such a safe vehicle, because I'm here today with my son. We drove in his Tesla 3 over here that he replaced with the one that he got rear-ended significantly in, and it destroyed the car. But we're able to be here today, so
great.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. So, not sure where to look. There? Okay.
Hey, how's it going? My name's Austin Gregory. I'll ask about this because I don't think it gets near enough love. I was wondering if there are any updates on the next-gen Roadster, actually. Yeah, I know it's sort of like the cherry on top and all that stuff.
Yeah.
You guys have a lot on your plate, as you said before, but if there's any updates on like the release timeline, all that stuff, the SpaceX package maybe.
Yeah.
That'd be amazing. Thanks.
Totally fair and reasonable question. But where is that thing? We expect to complete the engineering and design of the next-gen Tesla Roadster this year, and hopefully start production. This is not a commitment, but hopefully start production next year. So, but it is like as you alluded to, it's not even the icing on the cake, it's the cherry on the icing on the cake. So I wouldn't expect it to be like, it's definitely not going to be a huge contributor to revenue. It will be a modest contributor to profitability, but it will be sick. So, and there's some value to me running two companies, because the next-gen Roadster will have the SpaceX option package. So that'll make it truly next level. So.
Hey, Elon. Eva Macmillan here. First of all, I want to thank you for making the absolute best, safest, and most fun cars in the whole world. Cars in Florida, we are seeing many, many more cars in Florida than a year ago.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, cars are doubled. So the question is, we all want Tesla insurance. Is it coming?
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's a great question. Okay, Zach says it's coming later this year. But I have to tell you, like, one of the thorniest things in the United States is car insurance, or insurance in general, because it's a state by state, and every state's got different rules and regulations. So that's why it's not like rolled out nationwide. I think really there should be one national standard for insurance, especially car insurance. I think it would improve the cost effectiveness of car insurance. But our intent is to roll out nationwide and ultimately internationally. But there is a staggering amount of paperwork that is needed to get it done. But as Zach said, we expect to offer Tesla insurance in Florida later this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Elon. Thank you, Elon. Alexandra Mertz. I am Tesla Boomer Mama. Very happy to be here.
All right.
So very grateful to the Tesla team and you, of course. Just want you to know we love the emotions every day, joy and less joy, but we're there. Shareholders, it's not easy. We're here, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. So my question initially was on in-house financing. You already answered that, and I want to congratulate you to the double investment grade rating. But then I asked my Twitter subscribers, I'm sure you're going to appreciate, what they wanted to bring forward.
Sure.
And that question made the cut. Here we go. Automotive, including SAS, peak margin, the same for energy. What number and by when do you have the best Elon guess that we get there?
Sorry, I'm not sure I fully understand the question.
So this is the peak margin for automobile, including SAS and energy, and by when will we get there? Your guess. I know nobody will sue you.
Sorry, what's SAS?
Well, software as a service.
Oh, okay. You mean self-driving?
FSD,
Yeah.
what's going to be the top automobile margin?
Yeah. I mean, what I was saying earlier is that at the point at which you have a truly autonomous vehicle that can drive around with no one in it, the utility of the vehicle, I think, as a rough guess, is probably 5 times what it is today, because people will drive an average of an hour and a half a day, perhaps, so 10 hours a week. But if the car is autonomous, it can probably, just speculation, but it probably can operate for a third of the hours in the week, which would mean 50 or more hours, thus a 5-fold increase. But the car costs the same.
Sure, I understand, but what is going to be the margin for Tesla then? Because you're obviously thinking you're going to sell much more FSD then, right? You may have a system in place of robotaxis. You may have a cut with fleets. So did you do any projections what the automotive peak margin for Tesla could be in 2 years, 5 years, and the same for energy?
Well, I mean, this is definitely, we're in sort of highly speculative territory here. But obviously, if you've got a car that costs the same and has, say, I don't know, a 20 or 25% margin, and suddenly is able to be used 5 times as much, then you might have 80% margins, and the revenue would increase several-fold. That's why I say it's probably going to be the biggest asset value step change in history of Earth. And energy does not have simply does not have such an increase in asset utilization. So I would expect energy to remain at sort of a 25%-ish to 30% margin.
All right, so you said ask the tough questions. You're still good, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. First of all, though, as a family man, I just want to say there's a couple of things like a loop for tether of a car seat going through the headrest, which would be super helpful. There's a couple other things that would be really nice. The Model Y is the only one you can do that in today. Maybe we could fix that. But when we're thinking about 4680 battery cells, should we be thinking about the efficiency and the performance we're getting today? Or is there some updated timeline path that we could see closer to battery day presented efficiency, performance that we can look to in the future?
Well, I think, first of all, it's really important to express the difficulty of, for Tesla to go from nothing to making a battery cell that we aspire to be better than any other battery cell on Earth, even when compared to companies where the only thing they do is make a battery cell, is obviously not a trivial exercise. That said, we do see a path to very high energy density and higher energy density and lower costs than anything else out there. But it's a hard path. It's a very hard path. And normally it would be absurd for companies to attempt such a thing. And no other car company is really attempting to do anything like this in a serious way. So I guess technically BYD, because they started out as a battery company, but yeah, so it's a very difficult thing to do. But I think we are tracking to success in that regard. So.
Hey, Elon, first of all, thank you for undoubtedly making the world a better place for my son to live in.
Thank you. Can't even say.
Once Cybertruck is fully ramped in Austin, what is the target production? And also, there's some rumors that you're thinking about stepping down as CEO. Please say it ain't so.
It ain't so. Yeah. Yeah, so I think Tesla's going to play an important role in AI and AGI, and I think I need to oversee that to make sure it's good. So, because that's a thorny problem if there ever was one. You know, like I think generally people do not, or very few people, even in the AI community, do not appreciate just how much capability Tesla has in AI. It's by far the most advanced real-world AI. There's no one even close. Reality has the most degrees of freedom. So I got to make sure that's good. So, and you were saying something?
Cybertruck fully ramps
Oh,
here in
yeah,
Austin.
yeah.
Production.
So as I said, you know, we'll start production later this year. We'll start handing over cars later this year. There will be an S-curve of production, so it'll be slow at first, and then ramping up. And I guess we'll see what the demand is like. So, I mean, I think we're likely to do probably 250,000 a year, I think, maybe more. Again, very much dependent on what the demand is like, and it's you know, we don't just need to ramp up production, but we also need to improve the production cost efficiency, so, which is going to be also a very, very hard thing. So, but I'd say it's, you know, 250,000 a year is a reasonable guess. And it might be 500,000, I don't know, but we'll make as many as people want and can afford, but then, like I said, it's going to be hard to make the cost affordable because it is a new car, new manufacturing method. So, in the grand scheme of things, relative to the production rate of all the other cars we make, it will be small, but still very cool. Yeah, thanks.
Elon, maybe 3 more questions?
Sure.
Thank you. Good day, Mr. Musk. Hello, my name is Delia Archer, and this question aims to address Tesla's efforts in developing skilled workforce, attracting diverse talent, and promoting career opportunities within the company. When I look around, I see a lot of young faces, and I think about internships and apprenticeships for students in high school and beyond. My question is, are there any plans to expand existing partnerships and explore new avenues for collaborations with educational institutions and nonprofit organizations to attract the next generation and vary career pathways?
Yeah, actually, with all of our gigafactories, we work with the local schools, actually from the high school level, community college, and university, because it's incredibly important to foster the talent for the factories. As you saw from the employment numbers, we actually need a lot of people. Even though we've got a lot of automation, we still need a lot of people to operate the factories, and it really matters that they have the right training. So we're big believers in reaching out to educational institutions, and because frankly, it's in our interest to do so. Thank you for asking the question. All right.
Elon, Josh Fuller. I had originally thought of asking about the fun police and pushing back on the boombox and allowing us to screech at people with goats again. But after seeing Optimus, I was inspired to ask, has anybody asked Optimus's opinion of Mars, and does he have a ticket yet?
Well, you know, Optimus is not a deep thinker at this point. Optimus is still, you know, figuring out how to do basic stuff. It couldn't make, you know, cook some eggs or something quite yet. So we need to get Optimus to the point where it has reasonable agility and can do basic things. You know, and we're aiming for it to start off doing simple tasks that are sort of boring and repetitive, or dangerous. Basically, jobs people don't want to do. So that's our goal, and I'm confident we'll achieve that goal. And then we got to figure out how to make it at scale, make sure that the robot is safe. I think it's going to be very important to have a local means of turning it off. Um, so safety is going to be extremely important. I can't emphasize that enough. But right now, it is not at an intelligence level where it's pondering questions like Mars. But perhaps it will be one day. So.
Hi, good afternoon, Elon. My name is Luke Arsenal. I just want to start off by saying big thank you to you and the team of Tesla for all you guys do. It's been great to see, and I'm so happy for you guys. My question is, with the rise in cybersecurity threats to operational technology and Internet of Things, what steps is Tesla taking to protect the company itself and its products from these threats? Also, as a suggestion, because I know you like suggestions, for the navigation, do you think we could do something on the UI that adds in when you're about to take the off-ramp to show a picture of that exit, kind of like other map systems do? And then also...
Oh man, this is a lot of questions.
One of my friends wanted to get a shaka from you, if that's possible.
Okay. Well, we are constantly improving the navigation system, and being robust to hacking is incredibly important. In fact, we conduct a lot of sort of third-party hacking contests to try to get the best hackers in the world to break into our cars. And actually, no one has yet actually broken into a Tesla in a way that would allow you to really control the car in a significant way. But they have gotten to where they can like honk the horn and mess with the infotainment system. And I'd like to thank them for their efforts. So we take information security extremely seriously. For navigation, yeah, there's definitely things we can improve there. But really, down the road navigation, I've got visuals are not going to matter very much because the car is going to take you wherever you want to go. Yeah. As for pictures, I have to decline, unfortunately, because otherwise, if I say, I actually hate being rude to people. So if I say yes to one person, then it's like selfies for a zillion. You know, it gets kind of crazy. So, but thanks for asking. Maybe we'll take one or two more questions actually. So, sure. I don't know.
Hello. I had a question on the efficiency. I don't know if you've been paying attention to Aptera, and I was curious if you thought that was a space that you could see Tesla getting into, as far as not just an efficient manufacturing process, but also the actual car itself and range. Or just buy.
I'm not super familiar with them, but we have a lot of we have a lot of products to get done. It's not like it's never a shortage of ideas. Ideas, frankly, I find ideas to be somewhat trivial, but the execution of the idea is extremely difficult. And as I said, like prototypes are easy, production is hard. Production and cash flow positive is excruciating pain, like at a level you cannot believe. So it's not product ideas; they're irrelevant. That's what I think of them. It's sort of like the idea of going to the moon. That's not that's irrelevant. Getting to the moon is the hard part. So, okay, so maybe one last question, yeah.
Elon, John Lopez from Orlando here. I've got two things for you real quick. The first one is with rideshare being a growing thing, especially with Tesla owners, are we going to get a guest mode option available for that? The second thing is as an X-Plaid owner, I would really love to get track mode.
As a what, sorry?
X-Plaid.
Well, Plaid has track mode.
The Model X Plaid does not, though.
Oh, Model X. Yeah, we can probably add that, sure. Yeah, no problem. So, rideshare is a bunch of these things will really not be relevant in a self-driving world. You can summon the car and take you somewhere, and if you want to add someone to that ride, you can if you want to. But overwhelmingly, it is about achieving full self-driving. And you know, I think we're really getting to the final stages of full self-driving where, I mean, I drove for several days around Austin, just dropping pins in random locations, and I had 0 safety interventions. So it's really, and even in the city of San Francisco, which is very complex, I haven't had a safety intervention in a long time. So I think it's getting to the point where, you know, admittedly, I have been optimistic about this in the past, but I think this time. All right, I won't say it. All right, fair enough. All right. Okay, I think it'll happen, you know. So, all right, you want one last question? Sure.
So first, congratulations on your decision to try advertising. We all want Tesla to pass
Oh, man.
Apple in market cap.
I don't realize people wanted it that much. Okay.
It's good that a lot of people agree. So earlier this year, you cut prices on everything, 15, 20%. More recently, you've been raising prices on Model Y, Model S, Model X. And can you just talk about the pricing strategy on Model Y going forward and keep it separate from the decision to bring out the next gen vehicles that we all agree is going to, you know, blow the doors off on volume? But just on Model Y, it's the best-selling product in the world. Can you just talk about strategy of pricing going forward on that?
I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, we see what the demand is, and then we adjust pricing to meet the demand. Now, the thing is that what is you know, what happens with other car makers is that they're actually constantly adjusting pricing on cars. It's just not obvious. In the case of Tesla, you can see immediately when there's a price change that occurs because we don't have any intermediaries, don't have any dealers. There's no manufacturer's suggested retail price. But the reality is actually at car dealers, the prices are changing radically. I mean, last year there were significant premiums above MSRP at sort of the conventional car dealer, you know, like, so you'd pay above MSRP last year. And then this year, I think things are below MSRP or close to it. And then the manufacturers will then also offer incentives. So what's actually happening is are very big price shifts by other car makers. They're just not obvious. Whereas with Tesla, it's obvious. And this is necessary because demand fluctuates a lot. So something's got to be done to achieve a supply-demand clearing point for volume. So just people are reacting to something that's obvious as opposed to saying, oh, yes, every car company does this all the time. Tesla is no exception. That's the actual reality. So, all right. So.
Last question.
I'll be really quick.
Okay.
So I will say I have been driving FSD. My wife drives FSD. There's a term called the wife test. My wife will only drive our kids on FSD. It's incredible.
Okay. That is a great. I mean, the sort of significant other test is a very a good test because for a while there was like, you know, friends or significant others would be like, please don't put it on. It's too scary. But then it's getting to the point where, I mean, it's going to be just smooth as silk. So in fact, you'll be able to visually tell, perhaps even now you can, visually tell if the car is being driven on FSD or manually, because if it's being driven on FSD, it's smooth and precise. And if you look at if you actually closely observe cars going down the highway, the people are constantly moving in their lanes. So the cars are like doing this all the time when they're manually driven. If it's actually on FSD, it's dead center in the lane. It will actually get to the point where it is not merely, and maybe is at that point, not merely safer than a person, but actually way smoother than manual driving. I can't say enough about the profundity of full self-driving. It is just one of the biggest changes in history that will occur. It's not some feature. it's like a profound. It's really as profound as electrification. And that we already have millions of the cars on the road that will literally achieve this with a software update. I mean, that's like head exploding emoji, you know? I think probably a lot of people in this room realize it, but most of the rest of the world doesn't. Yeah, so.
Given how incredible FSD is and how much merit you're giving to potential future margins of the car, as well as how much impact on society, and given that they didn't even want you to say if it's going to happen this year, just not to jinx it.
Sure.
Would it be possible to have just for some type of public-facing, investor-facing kind of timeline, so that way you mentioned V12 is coming, and that's AI front end. Could we just see kind of a timeline on this is the version we're at? These are the things we're working on, and this is when we're, ETA. So we can kind of see that in real time instead of maybe Elon time.
No, so the thing that's been, really difficult with full self-driving is that it very often seems like it's about to happen until you realize that you're actually at a local maximum, and that you need to re-architect elements of the software to get out of the local maximum to then a higher local maximum. So it's been this sort of series of logarithmic curves. And that's why it's been like, it seemed like, oh, if you just extrapolate this on a straight line, it gets to self-driving, except that it's not a straight line, it's a logarithmic curve, and it sort of, and you start hitting these like local maximums where you'll sort of asymptote to a certain capability and then have to re-architect things. So now I think we're finally at a high enough local maximum, or will be this year, where to the point where it is, I think, probably safer than a person, meaning the probability of injury on average will be better than a person, even if someone pays no attention to the car. It is worth saying that right now, for human supervised Tesla full self-driving, it is dramatically safer than manual driving. It's like, I think like 4 times safer, maybe more. So it is already a massive safety improvement to have human supervised FSD right now. And I think we will get to the point where we're always going to be in some amount of local maximum, but I think that we'll be in a local maximum that exceeds human level safety this year. Yeah, but I guess we'll see. So anyway, I want to thank you all for coming, and so just want to say, like, your support is super appreciated, and as I say, a friend in need is a friend indeed, and supporting Tesla when the chips are down, those are the real friends, and you're them. So thank you. All right. Okay.
All right.
Well. That was quite the stream.
He's gonna advertise.
I went out. Excuse me. I went out and got a sandwich.
Nice.
I wish I would have done that.
I'm
gonna go get
So
some
there's
Chipotle
a-
later.
So there's an Elon interview starting in 12 minutes, is it not?
Yes. Yeah, I got it
Can
up
we
here.
stream it here?
Yep, I got it ready.
That's the plan.
That's the plan. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, so everybody watching, don't leave. We've got the after party queued up.
So quickly, I'm sure everybody got their takes. So I had like two takes from that kind of stood out. One was obviously the advertising take that he's going to at least attempt it. And two was his talking about his tenure at Tesla being connected to the future advancements of AI. And that suggests a much longer time frame that he's going to be connected with Tesla. At least that was my read on it.
Yeah, that definitely stood out. And I agree that, I mean, we knew that Tesla's a huge part of his long-term strategy and goals for the future of humanity. And hearing, like, I was a little bit surprised that he said that about Tesla, even more prominently than Twitter, where he's supposedly doing the Truth GPT or whatever he ends up calling that. So yeah, that was a big announcement, I thought. How about you, Mimi?
Yeah, I thought the ad thing was great. And he was so fun. I like the one that he said that, yes, we're going to get a third party looking at the cobalt. 5 minutes after they voted, no, we're not going to have it. That was a typical Elon thing to do. But I really liked it. No, I thought he was extremely generous with his time today. He was answering so many questions. He seemed to be in a good mood. And I thought the questions in general were really good today.
Yes, I agree.
Well, they were not institutional, so.
That's why. These were the people who knew something.
I think maybe they needed to make up, because at Investor Day, they only let institutional investors ask questions. And so it's good, to have them give retail a chance to ask better questions this time.
What's your take on it, Nicholas?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, lots of thoughts. Clearly, they're bullish on full self-driving, which we've known for a while. I definitely think that it's gonna be happening this year. To an extent. I don't think there's robo taxis this year, but I think it'll get to better than a human. I kind of think it's already there in many aspects, but love to see that Elon's still confident on that timeline. Very exciting about Optimus. I mean, I love seeing how many there were, and the progress they're making on it. I wish somebody would ask if there's going to be like a Optimus beta or something. Like, can we get early access and just take it around with us, and I don't know, do day-to-day things. So we all do different things on a daily basis and have different terrains and lifestyles. So I think that'd be cool. But no, I thought it was good. I don't know how Elon's gonna. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm tired right now. I don't know how Elon's gonna go from that. Now he's got to go do like an hour-long interview with David Faber. I mean, man, this guy doesn't stop.
No, and we haven't been to Mexico and France during last week.
He looked very relaxed. And again, I'm speculating, but I think maybe the fact that he got the Twitter overhang off his back, the day-to-day, as Gary Black would say, maybe that really did kind of take a load off. And maybe that's what we're seeing. Because he looked really, to me, very calm. And like Mimi said, he was very generous. I was thinking the same thing, by the way, the exact same words. He was very generous with his time. He usually is. That's one thing I have to hand it to him. He makes himself available, like unlike everybody else. So to some degree, he must enjoy that also. So like him being able to do this and then go to something else, it's because he's good at it and he likes it. I think that's part of it. And that's probably unlike 99.9% of people and their abilities.
Yeah, well
definitely.
But
and it looked like Highland potentially is getting close to ready. They showed us the little silhouette shot there for a moment on the Highland, and I noticed I mean, we know that when he said that engineering and design and manufacturing methods are finalized for 2 products, one of them is obviously Gen 3. They've been talking about that. But yeah, I think the other one could very well either be a van, but more likely, I think he was probably referring to Highland project on the Model 3, since it seemed like we got the little glimpse of the silhouette there on the background of the side screen.
He also mentioned the number. He mentioned a total. He said 5 million units between the two.
Yeah.
So that would suggest kind of a more higher seller. I don't know if a van would sell enough units to kind of make that number.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, when they showed the silhouette, I took that as the next gen vehicle, not Project Highland.
It's very possible.
I have a couple of meta observations. One is, if you just look at the entire how the entire conversation went after the meeting closed, Elon, at least this time around, has been a lot more open to what I would say retail is asking him to do than in the past. Like, of course, the 2 big ones, third party audit and will advertise, and there are reasons behind all of these. I mean, they're already doing audits. The impact report basically stated that the entire supply chain is on blockchain, so it's not very hard to do. But also, like, I guess advertisement is because of 2 reasons. One, he's just hired an advertisement executive for Twitter. I think some of those conversations might have a little bit of a like stay at the back of his head, but also given the current economic climate, where the expectation is that the car market itself is or will shrink over the next few months, advertisement might actually be a good way to keep demand up, at least get or steal demand from competitors. So it's something that perhaps he might be open to, or he might have been opened up to by his new hire. But also, I mean, this is the first time where I've seen the ease with which he's basically said, yes, we're going to do that. He said a lot of things on similar lines in the past, but the ease was it was kind of jumping up to me. The other observation was that the many thank you Elons that we got in the Q&A, and if I were to contrast it with the other important Hans Dieter, who had cake thrown on him a few days back, right? I mean, there's just such a diametrically opposite sentiment between 2 companies who potentially, who are in fact 2 of the biggest players in the automotive world today. I mean, of course, there's Toyota. They just fired the chairman a few days back, again, a month or 2 back. So let's not talk about them. But I think it's really telling the way these 2 companies are perceived by their shareholders.
Absolutely.
It's very possible that Tesla had the advertising in the bag for 6 months and they had already decided to do it, and we're just waiting for the right moment. I wouldn't put it past them also. And when everybody was cheering for the advertising, it could have been that it was all hyperbole and basically an inside joke if you knew inside Tesla. So that's my alternative reading.
I bet you're right. Elon's just plain stupid. He knew everybody wanted advertising. Like, oh, really? Didn't realize this. Like, right.
But then we would have seen advertising, right?
I think.
Here we go, guys. I think it's starting.
All right, after party time.
David Faber will be sitting down for a rare one-on-one interview with Tesla's chairman and CEO Elon Musk, a no-holds-barred conversation.
Okay, so the interview is there in Gigafactory, Texas in person, so that's interesting.
Yeah, I'll unmute. You can't hear anymore, right?
Nope.
All right. Do you want to listen to this, or do you want to?
Sure, why not?
Julia
Yeah,
Boorstin,
it's
focus
Gene.
on Twitter, social media. Morgan Brennan will join us later to discuss SpaceX. I'm Carl Quintanilla, live at the NASDAQ market side, and welcome to the CNBC special presentation. We begin tonight with the annual shareholder meeting that just wrapped up for Tesla. Shares of the auto EV maker have been trading after hours.
So just real quick, so they canceled Mad Money for this.
A few headlines.
They
You know, what
canceled Mad
stands
Money,
out
wow.
is that often these annual meetings get a little weird, get a little fanboyish with people screaming, "We love you, Elon," and he kind of hems and haws, and we don't get much out of them. I thought there were a couple of nuggets within tonight's presentation. One of them being that he sees 2 new products that will be coming. Now, we know that there are going to be more products, but the question has always been, when will we hear about these? What will these new products be? He wouldn't give a timeline, nor would he say what exactly they're going to be. But you get a sense that there is a roadmap. Not that we didn't think there was one before, but now we get a little better sense that there is a roadmap in terms of when they have new products coming. I'm sure there's going to be an entry-level model in there. And whether another model is more of a traditional-looking SUV, that remains to be seen. So that was one nugget that was within the presentation tonight, as well as I think he came across as pretty confident about where Tesla is and where it's headed, despite the challenges with the economy.
Not to mention the headline you brought us a few moments ago about succession or lack of succession, right? Dan, what does that mean for the name?
Yeah, I think it's important. I mean, when you look at his universe and you look at how many companies he is a CEO of, I think it really is important to see who's next, because he really does have his hands full on a lot of really big businesses. You think of the valuation of SpaceX in the private markets, over $100 billion. At one point, you know, Tesla was over $1 trillion, right? He bought a company in Twitter for $44 billion. It's worth much less right now. And so when you think about, and you just mentioned who he just hired, I know Julia's going to go into that for Twitter. This is really important because it's been my view that, you know, this whole Twitter purchase was really on the shoulders of Tesla shareholders, if you think about it, right? And all the risk of what happens with Twitter is right there, because that's how he funded the purchase. And it's taken a lot of those attention over the last, call it 6 to 9 months or so. So those are things that are really important to me too.
As we watch them get set up there, Julia, talking about Twitter and this notion that maybe Linda Yaccarino will bring not just advertising sense to Twitter, but maybe Tesla ads to Twitter. We'll see.
Yes. I mean, look, Linda Yaccarino was such a force as the head of NBC Universal's ads business, but also its partnership. She was the one who had the relationship with all the big brands. She also understands what it's like to put content and also ads on Twitter, because there was this long-standing relationship between NBC Universal and Twitter. So I think that she's the perfect person to grow Twitter's ad business, which is essential right now, because this is a business that has suffered since Elon Musk has taken over Twitter. And then she also might explain to him the value of really marketing his brand, Tesla, along with that.
Gene, are you seeing synergies between Twitter and the automaker that maybe were not visible, I don't know, even 6 months ago?
No, maybe something around that advertising piece that you're talking about, but no, I think this is in some ways Elon's thinking good riddance with that question that Phil had talked about earlier related to how you doing, Elon, in the Q&A. I think you know, he said he's going to be spending less time at Twitter. He wanted to buy Twitter. He did not want to buy Twitter. I think there are very limited synergies between the two. That's different than, of course, SpaceX and Tesla, when I think there is actually some substance in terms of the sharing between the companies.
I'm sure one thing David's going to get to, Phil, is pricing and how much it's been all over the map, how much it's gone counter to what the industry's doing. And as Adam Jonas and Morgan Stanley's been asking, who is going to make lower priced EVs around the world other than the Chinese?
They have the hammer. Tesla has the hammer in terms of brand strength, in terms of capacity, the ability to move and cut prices to stir demand. They will take advantage of that, as they should. I thought what was interesting today is the question at the end when somebody said, I don't understand, or I don't think the public understands how you decide to move prices up or down. He said, it's pretty simple. We get real-time feedback in terms of orders coming and going. We adjust based on that. And that happens within the auto industry with a lot more lag time, because automakers sell to dealers who then sell to the public. They don't have to deal with the dealers, therefore they can adjust prices quickly.
Right.
Yeah, listen, I take issue a little bit with that. If you look at the last 2 quarters, you look at the results, you look at what they printed as a gross margin last year in 2022, which was above 25%. Consensus is now calling for 19%. And with the credits that you get from the IRA, they're likely to be lower and they're likely to look a lot more like GM and Ford's margins. And I think that where they've kind of missed a little bit is that price elasticity. They thought that they could lower prices and they would get back the orders. They really didn't, Phil. I've been tracking your reporting of this over the last 2 quarters, and look what it did. It eviscerated their profitability. And without the credits, they would have had negative free cash flow in this quarter. So if Elon is correct about the economy, which he seems to be, he's had his finger on the pulse of that has been difficult for the last year and a half. And he just said it's likely to be difficult for another year. Things might get worse here before they get better.
Gene, what was your sense about Elon's comments so far, at least about macro and the way in which the global economy might be in for a rough 12 months?
I think he's sandbagging. I don't think it's going to be a great 12 months, but he's doing what Elon does. He historically has not been a good indicator on when to buy and sell the stock. And he makes comments like this. He had made a comment a few months ago about being a cash incinerator in Austin. And now, he makes these big comments to try to, I think, prepare people for the worst and build for the best. So I wasn't concerned about the macro. I do want to emphasize a point that Phil and Dan were just talking about related to some of the pricing and reading between the lines. I agree with what Phil said, that Elon commented that they do real-time pricing adjustments just to make supply and demand bring it into equilibrium. Over the last 3 months, the prices have come down by as much as 20%, but over the last few weeks, they've inched up by a couple percent. And so I think about that inching up of prices relative to his comments about the macro, and I think he's just sandbagging.
I mean, remember, another issue when you're talking about economic challenges is advertising. The advertising industry is directly related to what's going on with the economy. And at Tesla, at Tesla, you have to worry about selling cars, but at Twitter, you have to worry about selling ads. And he really wanted to shift this over to be a subscription business. That has not happened in any meaningful way. Twitter is still primarily an ad-supported business. That the economy is suffering. There's a lot of talk about an ad winter and a lot of talk across the board about a pullback, not just in Twitter ads, but in ad spending across the board.
Dan, do you think there's an element of the investor base that is buying Tesla because of what he might do long-term with Twitter as an X app, as some sort of payments mishmash that would coincide with your car?
I don't think they're buying it for that. I mean, like, it's interesting that you pose it that way, Carl. When you think about what Apple's opportunity in the auto space, we know it's a very software-driven thing. It's an operating system sort of thing, and that could make some sense. But that's going to take years to figure out. When I think about the X app and some of the things that he kind of, thinks about when he thinks about some of these Chinese super apps, that sort of thing, it's going to take a long time to develop. They're going to be based on services. There's going to be some subscription. They're not going to be that ad supported. And if you look at the way that advertisers have fleed this existing product right now, I don't really see why you think that this is going to come back anytime soon. That's advertising.
Guys, the time has come. Let's get down to Austin and David. David, good evening.
Yeah. Carl, thank you. I am here with Elon Musk. He's getting everything ready on Twitter Spaces, so join us there as well. But of course, you can just watch us live here at the Gigafactory in Austin. Thank you for allowing us to be here.
You're welcome.
It's quite something to just sit and watch for quite some time.
This is actually where I don't actually have an office here. I either walk the floor or I hold meetings in this room.
Okay.
This room allows me to see what's going on with production while I'm holding meetings.
Is there one particular production that you focus on when you're here, or that you sort of your eyes always go to, or you actually walk over to?
Well, this is the end of line that we're seeing here. So if cars aren't moving, that means there's some blockage upstream, and then I can go and see what that blockage is. So I think we might be on a break right now, but if vehicle end of line is not moving, that means there's something upstream that's wrong.
Got it. Well, it's been amazing just to walk around the facility a bit and get a sense for the size. All right, you just finished your annual meeting. You took a lot of questions from a very eager audience. I feel like most of it you've shared before, but there was some news, and I want to start there. Advertising. You got a big applause. You didn't sound like you were going to advertise that much, but you did at least seem to open the way to saying, okay, we might consider doing some advertising. Why?
Well, I mean, I believe in listening to shareholders, and I actually was surprised by the level of enthusiasm for advertising, since we've not historically done that. But there perhaps is some good logic to it in that if we're simply sending out information via, say, the Tesla Twitter account or my Twitter account, we're somewhat preaching to the converted, and not reaching people that are not already convinced, essentially. So I think they probably have a good point. I mean, I think it's worth a try, and we'll see. We'll see how effective.
Do you have any idea how you'd like to try it or what that would involve?
Well, I mean, I have some general thoughts about advertising that if advertising is informative and entertaining, then it can start to approach content. So I think sometimes advertising is perhaps not informative, or perhaps in some cases a bit misleading. And in fact, we've lost some advertisers on Twitter because community notes applies to advertising too. And so if somebody advertises something that isn't perhaps a bit inaccurate, then it gets community noted, and then they get mad and stop advertising. But we care enough about the truth that we're willing to give up advertising dollars on Twitter, even if in order to have the least inaccurate source of information.
And I want to talk about that, but I want to obviously spend some time on Tesla. Again, back to ads, though. I mean, am I going to start to see Tesla ads during the NFL broadcast on a given Sunday, Monday, Thursday? The NFL's always on.
Well, bear in mind, I mean, I only just agreed to it, so it's not like I have a fully formed strategy.
Okay. Well, how much time does go into when you think about these things? I mean, was it something you decided to do up on stage, or at least did you know coming in, I may, if this comes up, that I may go there?
No, I mean, the questions are not scripted in any way.
Right.
So
in that moment, you just said, all right, we'll do some ads.
That's right.
So we're only like 20 minutes later, and I'm asking you detailed questions. You don't have any answers, I guess.
I'm not sure what the most effective thing is, except that, like I said, I believe that advertising should be informative about a product. It should be ideally aesthetically pleasing. It should be beautiful. It should have some artistic element to it, and it should be something that you don't regret watching after it's done. And I think if advertising fits those criteria, that it starts to approach content, and that you want advertising that is as close to content as possible, such that you don't regret the time you spent watching it.
Mm-hmm. But you did say something as well, which is that you've been preaching to the converted. You mentioned a few statistics, for example, about safety, about price during the meeting that may not be fully understood by the general auto buying public at large.
So a lot of people still think Teslas are super expensive because we did start out with an expensive sports car, then like a slightly less expensive sedan and SUV. But now we're at the point where the starting price of a Tesla is actually below the average selling price of a car in the United States. So Teslas are actually much more affordable than people realize. And so we should just make sure people at least know that.
Right.
And that Tesla is also the safest cars on the road in so many ways that people, actually a lot of people at Tesla don't even know. Sort of the cabin overheat protection, for example, or the fact that we continuously update the automatic emergency braking software and the way the airbags deploy. So we look at an accident, we say, is there anything we could do from a software standpoint to improve the cars that are already on the road? And then what can we update in the design to improve safety? I think that the statistics speak for themselves. This is not simply a matter of opinion. It's statistically safer than anything else.
You mentioned affordability. It's something you discussed during your meeting. You've also discussed it a bit on the earnings call recently as well, in relation to the Federal Reserve raising interest rates and obviously the monthly cost for a typical auto buyer. Mm-hmm. You think it's going to be a tough 12 months ahead. You've said that a few times.
Yes, for everyone, not just Tesla.
Understood.
So it's, it's simply, you can think of raising the Fed rate as somewhat of a brake pedal in the economy. Frankly, it makes a lot of things more expensive. Certainly things that are bought with credit, but then it has downstream effects on even things that aren't bought with credit. So if the car payment or your home mortgage payment is absorbing more of your monthly budget, then you have less money to buy other things. So actually, it affects everything, even those that aren't things that aren't bought on credit. So, and my concern with the way the Federal Reserve is making decisions is that they're just operating with too much latency. Basically, the data is somewhat stale. So the Federal Reserve was slow to raise interest rates, and now I think they're going to be slow to lower them. That appears to be the case.
Yeah, that may well be. We spent a lot of time talking about that, as you might imagine, on CNBC, perhaps too much. But when it comes to latency, that takes me to pricing, because you've discussed the lack of latency in your own ability to understand exactly what's going on in the market for those cars, as opposed to many of the legacy and other competitors.
We have real-time information on demand. So, so we know how many people placed an order for a Tesla yesterday. So the computer calculates that all, and literally every day we get an automated email to the exec staff that says how many people placed an order in which countries for which cars. And so we know what demand, we know what the orders were yesterday. And you don't want to overreact to these things, because sometimes you get like little dips for reasons that are hard to explain.
Do you look at them every day?
Yeah. But like I said, you don't want to overreact to if like a week is slow or something, you don't want to overreact to that. But if you look at the trend, say for over two week span or something like that, you can see that there's this for some reason the demand is less than it was, or it's higher.
Do you adjust pricing to that? I mean, are you almost like an airline at this point in terms of kind of your dynamic pricing model?
Yes. So we're basically adjust pricing to match demand, and we obviously did a big price drop in Q1. But now January is usually a terrible time for car buying. So there's seasonality to car purchases. With January is often the worst month. So we did a big price drop, and then recently we did a price increase. So as I mentioned to the audience, the reality is that all car companies make significant adjustments to price, because you've got the MSRP number, and then if demand is high, dealers will charge some premium over MSRP. If demand is lower, they will have manufacturer incentives. So you can actually see a very big difference over the course of, say, 6 months between the peak to trough of all cars. It's just that Tesla is so immediate and obvious and transparent. It's not a question of MSRP and then markups or discounts.
Right. But after your last earnings, a lot of investors came away wanting to talk about your margins and wanting to talk about your pricing. In particular, I think, you talked about vehicle cost reduction. You sort of even said, it's hard to explain the profundity of technically selling cars now for no profit and still yielding tremendous economics over time.
Yes.
I'd like you to explain a little bit more of what that means. You did a bit in the meeting as well. You're talking about sort of the move, I think, from manual to autonomous and the value add that will come along with that. But explain to people why that's profound and why conceivably, not that you want to, you could sell automobiles now for no profit and still make enormous profit in the future.
So Tesla is the only car company selling cars where we believe the car is capable of achieving full autonomy with a software update. So the value of a fully autonomous car is, we think, perhaps 5 times more valuable than a non-autonomous car.
Why?
Well, the utility of a car, typically a passenger car, is going to be maybe 10 hours a week, maybe 12. If you say like somebody's going to drive an hour and a half a day on average, so maybe an hour commute per day and then an occasional long trip, but figure it's like 10, 12 hours a week is typical for a passenger vehicle. And then you also have a lot of costs associated with parking. You need a garage, or you've got to buy a parking space, or you've got to get a parking ticket at the mall. There's a lot of costs associated with cars, and Now, if you've got a car that's autonomous, that can go around and essentially be like an autonomous Uber, the utility, I think, is going to be, well, it's going to be much higher. Perhaps, and this, again, this is so much speculative.
I understand. We're talking about robo-taxis here, or at least what people have called, or you have called.
Yeah, like an autonomous Uber is a way to think about it. So
Right.
perhaps the utility then would be on the order of 50 hours a week. This is just a guess. Say there's 168 hours in a week, and probably, as a rough guess, an autonomous car will be able to be active instead of for 10 hours a week, probably in our view for about 50.
Right.
But it's the same car, and it costs the same to build.
But I want to understand the business model a little bit, because I'm buying the car, and instead of it parking at my lot while I'm working, it goes off and picks people up and drops them off.
Yes.
Who's making the money from that? I assume that's the value add you're talking about. Is it a revenue share? Do you have this model sort of planned out specifically as how it would look?
Yeah, it's been in the Tesla terms and conditions for quite a long time.
Oh, it has.
Yeah. So the owner of the car would make I don't know, some amount. Who knows what it'd be, but perhaps it could be a 50-50 split or 70-30. I don't know, but the cars are if you buy a Tesla car, it can only be used in the Tesla network. It cannot be used in someone else's network. So that means that if the car is able to be used 5 times as much, Tesla is likely to make basically 2 or 3 times the original value or sale value of the car in robotaxi revenue.
Right.
So this is gigantic. As I said to the audience, it would be like selling cars for software margins, because in fact it is software.
Right.
Instead of effectively having, say, 25% margins, it might be 70% or more. I mean, the free cash flow associated with that is actually truly a staggering amount. The best analysis that I've seen thus far about this is from Kathy Wood's firm, ARK Invest.
We know Kathy well.
Yeah, she's great.
Yep. I would assume you like her, obviously. She's been a huge proponent of your stock for many years. Was right, by the way, very early on.
She was right.
Yeah.
I thought she was being optimistic, but she turned out to be, in fact, almost spot on.
Yeah. And I am familiar somewhat with her analysis. What a lot of investors come back to, or everybody, is your promises of full autonomy. And you seem to be saying, again, it's close. You said it before, you know that.
Yes, no, I mean,
you said it in 19, I think about 20, and
I've certainly been, I guess I have somewhat of a pathological optimism.
Well, it works, by the way, because you don't end up with this unless you're optimistic. But
yeah, exactly. I mean, who would try to do this and rockets if they weren't pathologically optimistic?
No, you'd have to be.
Yeah, so there's a double-edged sword, I guess.
But do you ever say to yourself, all right, I'm getting a little ahead of myself here? I mean, when you said, again, we're going to have full autonomy.
No, I didn't say we will. I said, I think, in my opinion, we probably will.
Okay, right. There's a number of qualifiers there. I think, in my opinion, we probably will. So what do you think, in your opinion, you probably will? When?
I mean, it does look like it's going to happen this year.
Why?
Well, we're now at the point where the car can drive on highways and in cities and where a human intervention is extremely rare. I mean, I was able to drive for several days, just dropping a navigation pen in random locations in the greater Austin area with no interventions. And the same in San Francisco, which is a very difficult place to drive. So, I mean, you got bus lanes, one-way streets. So it's quite a challenging homeless situation.
You were driving recently in San Francisco, or the car was?
I have been doing that quite a lot because of Twitter's headquartered.
Of course.
There.
Maybe less, maybe a little less soon.
Yeah.
We'll get to that. But go finish your point though, in terms of why you feel why you're optimistic.
I'm optimistic for that reason, which is that I've actually never this is the first time I've had a situation where there's been several days in a row picking random destinations and having no safety-related intervention.
Right.
It's the first time ever.
I want to get to a lot of other topics, but I am curious on Tesla in particular. One thing I haven't heard you discuss is the impact on your business of the Inflation Reduction Act. At least I haven't heard it. Maybe you've discussed it. Adam Jonas, who follows your company at Morgan Stanley, said, "We believe the IRA is so advantageous to Tesla in terms of absolute dollars versus the legacy OEMs. It could equal as much as 45% of current earnings per share." Is the IRA going to be usually beneficial to your company?
I'm not sure it's going to be that beneficial. There are significant advantages for having domestic production of batteries, which I think is important for strategic reasons. I think as we move to an electric transport economy, I think it's important for the United States to have some independence with respect to battery production, including all of the precursors necessary for a battery. So the IRA strongly incents that. And I think that will prove to be something of of national strategic importance in the future. So I'm not sure I would say it's as good as, say, a 45% increase in earnings per share, or 40%. Is it significant? It's helpful. Yeah.
It's helpful?
I'd say maybe it's half that or something.
Okay, but I mean,
still
20% is quite significant.
Yeah.
Have you mapped it out at all? Do you have a sense? I mean, obviously, you talk about storage, for example, which is so important. You spend time on that as well, the mega pack. Is it beneficial in that particular area beyond, obviously, the credits, the tax credits that certain people get for buying a Tesla?
Yeah, there's really two parts to the IRA. There's the incentive for battery manufacturing. And it's really quite a detailed, it's actually a very well-written bill in that it really makes sure that you can't game it. So you actually have to build the batteries in the US, and you actually have to build the precursors to the batteries. But if you do, it is, I believe, $30 at the cell level and $15 at the pack level, I believe, if I recall correctly. So that is very significant for batteries. And then you've got the consumer tax credit for EVs, provided they are built in the U.S. And that the pack is built in the U.S.
Yeah.
So now this is really the first time that we've actually had the first time in many years that Tesla's actually had the consumer tax credit.
Yes.
Because we actually exceeded the limit for the consumer tax credit several years ago. And so up until December, or until January this year, I should say, there was no consumer tax incentive to buy a Tesla. But there was for the other car companies because they've not made that many electric cars.
Right, they didn't reach their limit.
Yeah.
Before I wrap on Tesla, I would like to get to China, which is obviously an important market for you. I noticed that chart you put up. BYD is the only company that seems to be making money so far. Are you concerned at all about ruthless pricing sort of at the low end in the Chinese market and what that will mean to your market share there?
Well, currently a limitation with is the production rate of our Shanghai factory. It's not demand. So, so there's some constraints on our ability to expand in China, and so we're making as many cars as we can. It's not a demand issue.
And you're going to be making batteries soon as well.
Yes. For the mega pack, for mostly for non-US markets.
Yeah. Are you concerned at all about the growing belligerence between China and the US?
I think that should be a concern for everyone.
I think you're right. I think it is shared by many people who run large organizations and smaller ones. Do you think, for example, China will make a move to take control of Taiwan?
The official policy of China is that Taiwan should be integrated. One does not need to read between the lines. One can simply read the lines.
Do you think that,
So I think there's some inevitability to the situation.
that would not be good for Tesla, conceivably, or for any company in the world, frankly?
Yes, for any company in the world. I think almost no one realizes that the Chinese economy and the rest of the global economy are like conjoined twins. It would be like trying to separate conjoined twins. That's the severity of the situation, and it's actually worse for a lot of other companies than it is for Tesla. I mean, I'm not sure where you're going to get an iPhone, for example. Apple's recently started doing some sort of small amount of production in India, but it's tiny compared
It's tiny. Not to mention an advanced semiconductor chip if they take over Taiwan Semi.
Correct.
I mean, you design your own chips, but you manufacture them at Taiwan Semi too, right?
We do some. We use Samsung and TSMC. Right.
But you seem to think it's likely to happen.
I'm simply saying that is their policy, and I think you should take their word seriously. They mean it.
Your time, I think you've said, in fact, some of the brief conversations we've had, is one of the most valuable things in your own control. And I am curious now, and Tesla investors sort of seem to rejoice at the announcement of a new CEO at Twitter, in part because they thought, well, he's going to have more time for Tesla.
That's true.
Is it true? How do you see sort of allocating your time now that you will soon no longer be the CEO of Twitter?
Yeah. So, it was really a very, very challenging situation at the point at which the Twitter acquisition closed because, in rough terms, there was $1.5 billion of debt servicing that was added, while at the same time there was a massive cycle.
Yeah, you said you were 4 months away from bankruptcy. You're going to lose $3 billion in a year, conceivably.
Negative $3 billion cash flow and had $1 billion in the bank.
Yeah. No, that's not good.
No.
Anybody who knows anything about corporate finance knows that's bad.
No, I mean, I'd say like the analogy I was using was it's like being teleported into a plane that's in a nosedive, headed to the ground with the engines on fire and the controls don't work.
Right.
Yeah.
And you were the guy who chose
that's what it felt like.
You chose to get into the plane.
Well, I did try to exit the deal, and they wouldn't let me. I mean, it was a funny situation where when I first proposed the acquisition, they said, hell no. They adopted a poison pill, basically saying they'd rather die than be acquired. Like they'd rather chew on cyanide. And then a few months later, they're like basically have a gun to my head saying, no, you must acquire us. Yeah. I mean, that's quite a change.
It is quite a change. But you seem to think, I can figure out a way out of this until finally, I guess you realized I can't.
It was made clear to me that the decision would not come down in my favor legally.
Yeah. All right. Well, now you have a new CEO.
Yeah. Why? I think Linda Yaccarino is going to be great.
Why?
Twitter is very much an advertising-dependent business. Linda is obviously incredible at that, and she's just a great executive in general. My skills and interests are in technology. I'll continue to play a role advancing the software, and getting the features and product stuff basically. Right. I mean, the general idea is Linda will operate the company, and I will build products.
Yeah.
And that's, I think that's a good.
And that will take less of your time.
Yeah, and I have that situation at SpaceX. Gwynne Shotwell, who's right. Amazing, operates the company, and I work on the sort of advanced technology,
right?
Both sort of designing the new rockets and that kind of thing, and that's everyone should play to their strengths, and that's mine.
That's true. Although I wonder, in 2021, you said you spent most of your time on the development of Starship. I think you've also been quoted, I read, or I think I heard you say actually, most of your mental energy at certain points has been on Starship.
Yes.
So I wonder, have you been diverted from Starship a little bit and will return to it as the main focus, or is it Tesla? Again, your time, I know, having tried to schedule this interview with you.
Yeah, time triage is a real thing for me.
Yeah.
In fact, I'd say that the only real currency is time. Time is the only true currency.
So where are you going to spend the currency now that you don't have to spend as much at Twitter?
Well, I'm going to be devoting a lot more time to Tesla, and especially on the AI development, and new product development. And then there's and I'll also be allocating some more time to getting Starship to orbit. In the case of SpaceX, what I was able to do there was to as the Starlink constellation started working, I was able to move some of the best people from the Starlink program to the Starship program. So they were, you know, the timing kind of worked out well. I mean, we have really some of the world's best engineers at SpaceX and Tesla. Really, some incredible human beings.
There was some statistic you shared. I think 3.6 million people applied for a job at Tesla. I think I wrote it down. I didn't write it down here, so let's remember. But was that the number?
Yeah, it's crazy. There's a lot of demand.
Yeah, so you have 127, almost 128,000 employees, but 3.6 million people applying for a job in a year.
Yes, and I mean, there's, you know, we would only add like say 20 or 30,000 jobs. So it's sort of the acceptance rate for Tesla is it's much more difficult to get into Tesla or SpaceX than Harvard.
Right.
The acceptance rate is
even lower.
Or
Stanford too.
Well, yeah, it's the acceptance rate is lower than the most demanding universities in the world.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Speaking of employment, though, you had 7,800 people at Twitter when the plane was nosediving. I think you're at 1,500 now.
That's
so
right.
roughly 6,300 people. Were they all superfluous?
No, not all.
So, do you figure out which ones aren't, or is it a little late? You know, sometimes it gets a little late.
I mean, look, desperate times call for desperate measures. So there's no question that some of the people who were let go probably shouldn't have been let go because we simply did not have the time to figure out. We had to be, you know, make widespread cuts to get the burn rate under control. So, you know, and so this is not to say that, hey, everyone who was let go from Twitter is like somehow terrible or something. It's just we have to, with very little information, get the headcount expenses and the non-personnel expenses down to where we're at least break even. And we're not quite at break even yet, but we're close. We need to do it fast. And if you do it fast, unfortunately, there are going to be some babies thrown out with the bathwater. So so I definitely would not want to say you know, disparage you know, anyone who is left.
But it's funny, you know, I've heard from other tech CEOs quietly. They look at what you did at Twitter and they they won't admit it publicly, but they say, wow, that was something. I mean, to cut that deeply and still be able to run the company. People will argue about how well or things are running. Have you heard from any of these CEOs who said, thank you for doing that, giving us sort of runway or leeway to at least make some cuts of our own?
I've heard that from a few people, and I've heard that through the grapevine, yeah. But like I said, if desperate times call for desperate measures, and unfortunately, those were desperate times.
So do you see starting to? I mean, will Linda hire people? Do you think? Or are you ready for people to be hired at Twitter?
Yeah, no, I think we absolutely need to hire people, and if they're not too mad at us, probably rehire some of the people that we let go.
And they're going to have to come into the office.
Look, I'm a big believer that people are more productive when they're in person, and really, man, the whole sort of work from home thing. It's like, I think it's. Look, there are some exceptions, but I kind of think that the whole notion of work from home is a bit like the fake Marie Antoinette quote, "Let them eat cake." It's like really, you're going to work from home and you're going to make everyone else who made your car come work in the factory. You're going to make the people who make your food that gets delivered that they can't work from home. The people that come fix your house, they can't work from home, but you can. Does that seem morally right? That's messed up.
You see it as a moral issue?
Yes.
I mean, I see it more as
it's a productivity issue, but it's also a moral issue. People should get off the goddamn moral high horse with the work from home bullshit. Because they're asking everyone else to not work from home while they do.
And yet
It's wrong.
there's still pushback, by the way. It's still
Yeah.
going on. This battle is still happening. I mean, leaders of organizations, and I speak to plenty of them, I want people back. I want people back. 3 days a week, they're still battling. It's not clear that it's ever going to change. People are not coming back 5 days a week.
Look, the laptop class is living in La La Land. Okay, as I said, you can't. But look at the cars. Are people working from home here? Of course not. So the people were building cars, servicing the cars, building houses, fixing houses, making the food, making all the things that people consume. It's messed up to assume that yes, they have to go to work, but you don't. How is that? That is, it's not just a productivity thing. I think it's morally wrong.
Although productivity is definitely impacted too, and the ability of people to learn,
I agree.
and I mean, on and on. Listen, I
mean, look, people will disagree with me about this, but it's like.
So if you want to work at Tesla, you want to work at SpaceX, you want to work at Twitter, you got to come into the office every day.
Yes, I mean, like I'm not saying, I'm saying like, look, put 40 hours in, and frankly, it doesn't even need to be like, Monday through Friday, you could work Monday through Thursday. And I'm also not saying no one should take, I mean, I think people should take vacations. Like I work 7 days a week, but I'm not expecting others to do that.
How much sleep do you get, by the way?
About 6 hours.
You do? 6 hours typically?
Yes.
No, that's not bad. I thought it would be less.
I've tried less, but my productivity, even though I'm awake more hours, I get less done.
Okay.
And the brain pain level is bad if I get less than 6 hours.
But you work 7 days a week.
Yes.
Yeah.
I actually only, in terms of actually, you say like how many days in a year do I not put in some meaningful amount of work? It's probably about 2 or 3.
Right. 2 or 3 days.
A year.
Yeah. A year. Yeah.
Yes.
I want to get to some more specific questions about Twitter that sort of have a more global aspect. And I still want to get to AI. You're going to give us some time here? Can we still?
Yeah, I think we've got a board meeting coming up, but I'm happy to give as much time as reasonably possible. I think it's maybe at 6 or something.
Okay. Well, what time is it now?
It's 5:42.
All right. I'd love another 20. Can you spare another 20?
Yeah, sure.
All right. At least 20. Great. Let's talk about free speech a bit. You call yourself a free speech absolutist. You want Twitter, and this is
aspirationally.
Aspirationally, you want Twitter to be as truthful as possible, most accurate source of information about the world. So what does that mean for how you police lies on the platform? You mentioned community notes. Is that the extent of it?
I think community, yeah. I mean, I'd say, so my overall kind of vision for X or Twitter is to be a cybernetic collective mind for humanity. This is going to sound quite esoteric and sci-fi, but in pursuit of that objective, you want to have information move quickly, have that information be accurate, and you want to have error correction on that information. So you can think of community notes as like an error correction on information in the network. And the effect of community notes is actually bigger than it would seem. It's bigger than the number of notes, because if somebody knows that they're going to get noted, they are less likely to say something that is false because it's embarrassing to get community noted.
Okay. But if
and that applies even to advertisers, by the way.
Right.
We've lost that's so far $40 million in advertising.
Because it was misleading, or because a community note said it was?
The community notes, they get two pretty big advertisers got community noted. And yes, I think on balance, the community notes were correct. And I did say to those advertisers, look, just go on Twitter and provide some facts that contradict the community note. That's the way to deal with the community note, is to say, is that the community note is saying that the ad is misleading for the following reasons. If you've got information that rebuts that note, then just add that to the ad.
Okay. Well, we're coming up on an election. I mean, it's a ways away, but it's going to all start.
Yeah.
President Trump is allowed back on the platform. He hasn't actually come back.
Right.
But one would imagine if and when he does, or there are others who will say 2020 election was rigged. Is that something, I assume that's not something you believe?
Well, I think the answer is nuanced. Like, do I believe Biden won? Yes, I believe he won.
And you voted for him.
I did, actually.
Do you regret that?
I mean, man, I wish we could have just a normal human being as president. That's what I want. I think if we could, you know, there's that old saying of like, we're better off being run by people picked at random from the phone book than the faculty of Harvard.
Yeah.
I don't know who said that, but someone very wise. And I would say if we could do that for the president, that would
You
be
think
great.
that would be beneficial? So you're not, obviously you're not happy with Biden.
Don't we all just want a normal human being to be
Whatever
the president?
that means, whatever,
You know,
I'm not even sure anymore what normal means.
No, but I mean, like, you know, just, I don't know, just a...
You want somebody who's competent.
Yeah,
That's helpful.
Yes, I think definitely somebody's executive ability is underrated. Since the president is effectively the chief executive officer of the country, it actually matters if they're a good executive officer.
Yeah.
It's not simply a matter of do they share your beliefs, and you know, but are they good at getting things done? There's a lot of decisions that need to be made every day. Many of them are unrelated to moral beliefs. You know,
right.
And you just want a good executive because they're CEO of America.
They are. They
so
are.
We want a good CEO of America who's going to be an effective.
Unfortunately, we live in highly partisan times where there is war about everything, including ideas, including the truth, which gets back to it's not true that the election in 2020 was rigged. It wasn't stolen. And I wonder on the platform, when you see that, does that end up in a community note, or is that something you take more action on? And obviously, that applies to so many.
I mean, to be clear, I don't think it was a stolen election. But by the same token, if somebody's going to say that there was never any election fraud anywhere, this is obviously also false.
Yeah.
If 100 million people vote, the probability that the fraud is zero is zero. There's going to be,
of course, there's always going to be some.
A
but is it
little.
going to, right? I mean, the tiniest
question
bit,
is,
perhaps. I mean, this election was audited. It was so many judges. I mean, it went on and on and on, and there was nothing whatsoever that. I don't want to debate this with you. My question is more about.
I think it's important to say, like, that in any given election, even if you try your hardest, if you've got 100 million votes, there's going to be some amount of fraud that is not zero. And that it's important to acknowledge that without saying that the fraud was of sufficient magnitude to change the outcome.
Mm-hmm.
So my opinion would be that there was some small amount of fraud, but it was not enough to change the outcome.
Right, and by the way, it might have been either way. I mean,
Yeah, there's probably a little bit of.
But
each way.
again, it's going to be. You're going to let people say that though on Twitter, and then you're going to hope that they're corrected.
They will be corrected.
They will be.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Let's talk a bit about your tweets. Because it comes up a lot. Even today, it came up in anticipation of this. I mean, you do some tweets that seem to be, or at least give support to some who would call others conspiracy theories.
Well, yes, but I mean, honestly, some of these conspiracy theories have turned out to be true.
Which ones?
Well, like the Hunter Biden laptop.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, that was a pretty big deal. There was Twitter and others engaged in active suppression of information that was relevant to the public. That's a terrible thing that happened. That's election interference.
But how do you make a choice? You don't see. I mean, in terms of when you're going to engage. I mean, for example, even today, Elon, you tweeted this thing about George Soros. Well, I'm looking for it because I want to make sure I quote it properly. But I mean, you know what you wrote. But you basically.
It reminds me of Magneto. It's just like, calm down, people. This is not like made a federal case out of it.
You also you said he wants to erode the very fabric of civilization, and Soros hates humanity. Like when you do something like that, do you?
Yeah, I think that's true. That's my opinion.
Okay, but why share it? Why share it? Especially, why share it when people who buy Teslas may not agree with you, advertisers on Twitter may not agree with you. Why not just say, hey, I think this. You can tell me. We can talk about it over there. You can tell your friends. But why share it widely?
I mean, this is freedom of speech. I'm allowed to say what I
You
want.
absolutely are, but I'm trying to understand why you do, because you have to know it's got a there. It puts you in the middle of the partisan divide in the country. It makes you a lightning rod for criticism. I mean, do you like that? People today saying he's an anti-Semite. I don't think you are.
No, I'm definitely. I'm like a pro-Semite, if anything.
I believe that probably is the case.
Yes.
But why would you even introduce the idea then that would be the case?
I mean, look, we don't want to make this a George Soros interview.
No, God, no. I don't want to at all. But what I'm trying, even came up though in the annual meeting. I mean, do your tweets hurt the company? Are there Tesla owners who say, I don't agree with his political position and I know it because he shares so much of it? Or are there advertisers on Twitter that Linda Yaccarino will come and say, you got to stop, man. Or, I can't get these ads because of some of the things you tweet.
I'm reminded of the scene in The Princess Bride. Great movie.
Great movie.
Where he confronts the person who killed his father. And he says, offer me money. Offer me power. I don't care.
So you just don't care. You want to share what you have to say.
I'll say what I want to say, and if the consequence of that is losing money, so be it.
Okay. But I mean, when you link to somebody who's talking about the guy who killed children in a mall in Allen, Texas, and you say something like it might be a bad psyop. I'm not quite sure what you meant, but.
Oh, in that particular case, there was somehow that's not that that obviously people were killed, but it was, I think, incorrectly ascribed to be a white supremacist action, and the evidence for that was some obscure Russian website that no one's ever heard of, that had no followers. And the company that found this is Bellingcat.
Right.
And do you know what Bellingcat does? PsyOps.
Right. I couldn't really even follow exactly what it was you were trying to express there, so that's in part why I was curious.
I'm saying that I thought the ascribing it to white supremacy was bullshit.
Okay.
And that the information for that came from an obscure Russian website and was somehow magically found by Bellingcat, which is a company that does PsyOps.
And there's no proof, by the way, that he was not.
There's no. I would say that there's no proof that he is.
And that's a debate you want to get into on Twitter.
Yes. Because we should not be ascribing things to white supremacy if it's false.
Okay. Can we talk about AI now? Actually, I want to talk about AI. Well, let me end with Twitter in the sense of Sam Altman was on the Hill today, and he said AI's ability to manipulate interactive disinformation is a significant area of concern. It's moving so quickly.
It is a significant area of concern.
And how, I'm curious as to whether you agree with that, how you see that even playing out on Twitter with people who knows somebody could, look like you and or me and use our voice. I don't know what it could be.
Oh, that is happening big time. So the reason that I'm asking people to be verified on Twitter and that we're saying, okay, verification means you've got a phone number from a reputable carrier, which means that you've at least passed through whatever their security mechanisms are, that you have a credit card, so you now have passed through whatever security mechanisms the credit card company has, and that there's some small amount of money paid per month. That set of actions significantly increases the cost of fake accounts, and with the latest AI, it can bypass basically every test for "Are you a human?" So then how do you know that a million accounts were created? How do you know that those are people?
I don't know. How do you?
Exactly. You have to do account verification. And the thing that makes I sort of put myself in the position of like, if it was my goal to manipulate public opinion and create millions of accounts and make it seem as though a topic was trending, and that this is actually what the public believes, but in order to do so, I had to get a million phone numbers, a million credit card numbers, and pay $8 a month,
right?
And have that all not be traceable and clustered. I would say it's impossible. Impossible. So the goal of the sort of Twitter verification is fundamentally to prevent AI manipulation of the system.
Got it. Final question on Twitter. Walter Isaacson, your biographer, he said your big goal for Twitter is disrupting the banking industry.
Well,
is that accurate?
I'd say that's a look. First of all, I don't want to disrupt something for the sake of disrupting it. It's more like if there is a better product, that's great. But I'm not out for disruption for the sake of disruption. I'm like, if we can make a product that improves quality of life for people that they find more useful, that's great. What people see in PayPal is sort of like a halfway. It's it's frankly sort of a half-baked version of what it could be. And so I think there's potential to create a more efficient financial system. And here we can get, again, quite esoteric into sort of information theory. But the actual financial system today is a heterogeneous set of databases running on mainframes and COBOL that still engage in batch processing. It's really quite very inefficient. So things are still not real time. And so it's possible to have a much more efficient, homogeneous real-time data system. Money is just information. And so but that's not like the only reason. It's just a thing that would be, I think, poetic to fulfill ultimately the vision that I had for X over 23 years ago, and actually see that come to fruition would be nice. But there are many other things for Twitter. It's not just financial.
Well, you talk about enhancing humanity. I'm curious then about AI, which many people say will lead to great productivity gains. You showed those robots. I mean, I can imagine what they conceivably could do when powered by AI. But I'm also curious, because you've certainly been concerned, what percentage do you give the chance that it will destroy humanity?
Well, the advent of artificial general intelligence is called a singularity because it is so hard to predict what will happen after that. I think it's very much a double-edged sword. I think there's a strong probability that it will make life much better, and that we'll have an age of abundance. And there's some chance that it goes wrong and destroys humanity. Hopefully that chance is small, but it's not zero. And so I think we want to take whatever actions we can think of to minimize the probability that AI goes wrong.
And you've called for a pause, along with a number of other people.
Yes, look, when I called for the,
Yeah,
a friend of mine, Max Tegmark, is a physicist at MIT, wanted me to sign on to the letter. And it's like, I knew it would be futile.
It is futile.
It's futile. I knew it would be futile. I just wanted to call it like, it's one of those things, well, for the record, I recommended that we pause.
Okay.
Did I think there would be a pause? Absolutely not. So,
but you're starting XAI, I think that's what you're calling it, or some new AI effort. How's it going to be different than OpenAI or Alphabet?
This is not the time to this. It's not. We don't have enough time, and nor is this the moment to really talk about it. Okay. We will have a launch event, and we will explore the issues in more detail. But I should say that and I mentioned this at the shareholder meeting, that Tesla has actually tremendous capability in real-world AI.
Yes.
In fact, it is very far ahead of anyone.
I know people actually on Twitter prior to our interview were saying, you know, he never gets asked about how advanced his AI is at Tesla. You always talk about the other names.
Tesla AI is like I said, it's like there's not. I'm not even sure who's second, frankly.
Why is that? Why then? What are people not understanding about what you have, and why are we talking so much about ChatGPT and generative AI, at OpenAI, and what Microsoft's going to be able to do with it, and not about Tesla?
I don't know. I mean, people do talk about it online. I think Tesla will have sort of a ChatGPT moment. Maybe if not this year, I'd say no later than next year.
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry. You're going to have a
sort of ChatGPT moment.
Oh, you will. In terms of suddenly it will.
Yeah, suddenly 3 million cars will be able to drive themselves with no one.
Right. It goes back to that. Right.
Yeah, and then 5 million cars, and then 10 million cars. So I would also say that if positions were reversed and say, well, in fact, the positions are reversed. For example, Google has Waymo, which is sort of attempting self-driving, and they are able to make self-driving work in a very limited geography with very tightly mapped streets. But as soon as anything goes wrong with those streets, like there's an accident or a parade or road construction, it stops working. Basically, Google is unable to produce a generalized solution to self-driving that works anywhere. They've been trying to do that for a long time. They've been unsuccessful. Tesla basically has that and is far more advanced than Google.
Yeah.
And so if the positions were reversed and you said, okay, Tesla's got to produce a large language model that has output equal to or greater than ChatGPT, or Microsoft OpenAI has to do self-driving, and we flip the tasks, Tesla would win.
You'd win.
Yes.
You have the computing power and everything else you need to do it.
Absolutely.
I'm being told we don't have that much time. Can you give me another 5 minutes, or
Yeah,
what do you think?
yeah, I
You
think
can.
so. I do have a board meeting.
I know.
But 5 minutes is probably fine. Sure.
Okay, thank you. OpenAI, I mean, you seem somewhat frustrated with them. You were one of the big contributors early on.
The reason I am the reason OpenAI exists.
How much money did you give
them? I'm not sure the exact number, but it's some number on the order of $50 million. Man, fate loves irony, next level. So I used to be close friends with Larry Page, and I would stay at his house, and we'd have these conversations long into the evening about AI, and I would be constantly urging him to be careful about the danger of AI, and he was really not concerned about the danger of AI and was quite cavalier about it, and at the time, Google, especially after their acquisition of DeepMind, had 3/4 of the world's AI talent. They had obviously a lot of computers and a lot of money. So it was a unipolar world for AI. And we've got a unipolar world, but the person who controls that does not, or at least did not seem to be concerned about AI safety. That sounded like a real problem. So, and then the final straw was Larry calling me a speciesist for being pro-human consciousness instead of machine consciousness. And I'm like, well, yes, I guess I am. I am a speciesist.
So you helped to the creation of OpenAI. You put in as much as $50 million.
More than helped. It wouldn't exist without me.
It wouldn't exist without you. So
I came up with a name. The name OpenAI refers to open source. So the intent was, what's the okay? So what was the opposite? What's the opposite of Google? Would be an open source nonprofit, because Google is closed source for profit, and that profit motivation can be potentially dangerous.
Should you have gotten governance for that money? Should you have gotten some level of control, perhaps, in retrospect?
Yeah, I fully admit to being a huge idiot here. Anyway, so OpenAI was like meant to be open as an open source. It was created as a 501c3. And so part of it is also, in the beginning, I thought, look, this is probably a hopeless endeavor. How could we possibly compete with? How could OpenAI possibly compete with Google DeepMind? I mean, this seemed like an ant against an elephant, you know, which is not a contest. And I was also, I mean, I was instrumental in recruiting the key scientists and engineers, most notably Ilya Sutskever. In fact, Ilya went back and forth several times because he would say he's going to join OpenAI, then Demis would convince him not to, then I would convince him to do so, and this went back and forth several times, and ultimately he decided to join OpenAI, and really Ilya joining was the linchpin for OpenAI being ultimately successful.
So you're very disappointed in what's happened there in terms of it becoming a for-profit.
I
Take
would
any
say
action? Sue them in some way?
I do think that there's some. Look, it does seem weird that something can be a non-profit, open source, and somehow transform itself into a for-profit closed source. I mean, this would be like let's say you funded an organization to save the Amazon rainforest, and instead they became a lumber company and chopped down the forest and sold it for money. And you'd be therefore like, oh, wait a second, that's the exact opposite of what I gave the money for.
Yeah.
Is that legal? That doesn't seem legal. And if it is, and in general, if it is legal to start a company as a nonprofit and then take the IP and transfer it to a for-profit that then makes tons of money, shouldn't everyone start? Shouldn't that be the default?
Right.
And then I also think it's important to understand the like when push comes to shove, let's say they do create some digital superintelligence, almost godlike intelligence. Well, who's in control? Yeah. And what exactly is the relationship between OpenAI and Microsoft? And I do worry that Microsoft actually may be more in control than, say, the leadership team at OpenAI realizes. I mean, Microsoft, as part of the Microsoft investment, they have rights to all of the software, all of the model weights, and everything necessary to run the inference system.
So they essentially have a great deal of control.
At any point, Microsoft could cut off OpenAI.
Elon, I'm being told we have to wrap up. Your board has been very
Sure.
patient. I want to end on one AI question. You have a lot of kids. I have some kids. I have one who's actually soon to go into the workforce. I struggle with how to advise him about a career when this technology exists and will only improve. I'm just curious, when you think about advising your children on a career with so much that is changing, what do you tell them is going to be of value?
Well, that is a tough question to answer. I guess I would just say, you know, to sort of follow their heart in terms of what they find interesting to do or fulfilling to do, and you know, try to be as useful as possible to the rest of society. You know, if we do get to the sort of like magic genie situation where you can ask the AI for anything, and let's say it's even the benign scenario. Let's say it's a benign scenario. How do we actually find fulfillment? You know, it's how do we find meaning in life if the AI could do your job better than you can? I mean, if I think about it too hard, it frankly can be just dispiriting and demotivating, because I mean, I go through. I mean, I've put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into building the companies, and then I'm like, wait, well, should I be doing this? Because if I'm sacrificing time with friends and family that I would prefer to but then ultimately the AI can do all these things. Does that make sense? I don't know. To some extent, I have to have deliberate suspension of disbelief in order to remain motivated. So I guess I would say just, work on things that you find interesting, fulfilling, and that contribute some good to the rest of society.
Well, that's a great place to end. There's so much we didn't get to. I hope you'll give me another chance to sit down with you. But Elon, thank you for being so generous with your time. Thanks to your board for waiting as well. And thanks for having us here at this incredible facility. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Pleasure. Carl, I'm going to send it back to you.
Fantastic, David. Thank you. That's our David Faber speaking one-on-one with Tesla CEO Elon Musk. A wide variety of topics tonight: EVs, Twitter, AI, and a lot more, as you heard. Let's get some reaction. Phil LeBeau's here, Julia Borston, Morgan Brennan with us, as well as fast money trader Dan Nathan and Gene Munster from Deepwater.
For a second, I thought Hans was on CNBC.
Yes, definitely that level of quality. Man, I just want to give David Faber props. I feel like that was a very well-conducted interview with Elon. Probably one of the best Elon interviews I've seen by a mainstream media host.
Actually, I was thinking like, wow, somebody prepped a lot for this. What happens if I have like 5 hours with him? I want to be prepared for anything. And I thought he did a really nice job.
Yeah. Yep.
I would say it was one of the best I've ever seen, actually.
Yep.
100% agree. Well, Farzad will actually be here in the studio live, finally, here shortly. So he said he's going to be here at 6:15. That's about 3 minutes from now. So we'll get his live reaction to the shareholder event. And yeah, we can go ahead and keep discussing the interview here. What were some of y'all's takeaways? Like, anything jump out as far as new information or great answers or great questions? That
I was struck.
that we just
I was
witnessed?
struck about how pissed he got when his right to basically voice his opinion was challenged. He was super pissed. And it was really interesting because he really took that personally. That really struck me at the time.
Yeah. Hans, can you Foursquare us?
Yes.
No, I agree. And if you guys haven't seen Princess Bride, classic, beautiful movie, hilarious movie too. But that scene, my name is, whatever, you killed my father, whatever. And essentially he's
Prepared to
saying,
die.
like, prepared to die. Exactly. Yeah, it's a beautiful moment too, because he's saying like money, wealth, power, nothing matters to me, nothing. I thought it was powerful.
I wish that he would have asked about other people's money, because it's okay for Elon to lose money. He has plenty. But if it affects the stock price, it affects so many other people, like all the retirement funds and everything. It would just have been interesting. I think that he was more hurt than pissed.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it was an important question to ask for the simple fact that, the five of us here and a bunch of others, we understand Elon's motivations and the fact that, money is not the driving force in his life, but 300 million Americans and probably, a few billion people around the world don't. And this was CNBC, this is mainstream media. And it was really important to ask that question and for Elon to have answered the way he answered, because this is essentially telling the entire world who's not plugged into this stream today that, hey, this is a man who doesn't really care about that money, and by extension, by investing in one of his companies, and when I say one of his companies, Tesla is the only one that's public today, but perhaps there will be others in the future. The intent is not to make money. That's how do we say it? That's like a byproduct, right? The intent is to do something that helps make the world a better place. And the money is just a byproduct. And it is so important to get that message out. And I think, the two people in the interview did a fabulous job of actually getting that out.
Yeah, I also think it's more than I think it's even more than just like the money or any of that stuff. I think a lot of it is also about you. Just because Elon says something you don't agree with, that should not mean you shouldn't be such a shallow person in your thought and the way you work, where you're thinking, that's it, I'm not buying Tesla, or I'm not buying a share, oh, I'm getting off Twitter, because you don't agree with something someone says, a point. It's one thing if you think someone's anti-Semitic or racist or something like that, like right there, not be hyperbolic here, but he should be able to express his own opinions. He's a human being at the end of the day, and you don't have to agree with everything he says, and that's okay.
Yeah, I think you're dead on, because I think, this may sound kind of silly, but I think in a way, because we see him as working all the time. I guess he counted that a little bit by giving us a better idea of how much he sleeps. I never knew he slept 6 hours exactly. So that was nice to kind of know that. But I think in essence, he's saying, it's kind of ironic, I'm not a robot, so I have the same rights as any other human being, and I have the same rights to express myself as anyone. I don't just make your stuff, I exist. And I think, that's why when you were saying he was hurt, Mimi, I think you're right, because I think sometimes he feels like he's discounted as a human being in and of himself. We just see him as Elon, the scientist, or the great, and not as a person. And that must hurt, and it must hurt him.
Yeah, I got the same feeling during the shareholder meeting when he really said how much he appreciated the support from the Tesla community when he was being pushed from all different directions, that so many stood by him.
I thought what was interesting,
it must be awful.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting, and we talked about this before, and he kind of answered the question. He said he made up the ad decision as he went on the stage. So, like, basically made it up. And I was thinking, as he was talking about it, can you imagine what that ad contract's going to be worth, what the ad agencies, what that demand's going to be to making Tesla ads, and who's going to be making them? Steven Spielberg making Tesla ads.
Yeah. That's almost scary, though. That's almost scary. If I just don't believe him when he says that he didn't know people want advertisement that bad. Like, dude, if that's true, somehow you are very out of touch with your own company, that you definitely have a pulse, or your thumb on the pulse, or your finger on the pulse. Like that seems a little odd to me.
I would probably disagree with you, Nicholas, on that, because see, advertisements, and of course there's, a lot of Wall Street who said do ads, some folks in the Tesla community who've said do ads, and then others who said no, they're fine, they don't need ads, right? Think about it. I don't think Elon has the time to go through all of those conversations, and I don't think he's got anybody who's compiling like a digest of all of these conversations and telling him what the market is saying. It's just really there's a little bit of confirmation bias that comes in from the people that Elon follows himself, and I don't think that this message would have been as loud as some of us who spend a lot more time in the community, trolling for what people are saying. So yeah, that's definitely possible.
I was going to say it would almost be better if he didn't have any idea, and in like 2 seconds, somebody makes a suggestion, he analyzes it and says, yeah, that's a good idea, let's do it. If that's the alternative, then I think that's pretty amazing.
I don't know. I think
what up?
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
Is someone drunk?
Should I jump in?
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know. I don't know if you can.
There's some random guy in my studio. What happened? What did you guys do? You guys hacked? Do you guys hack my?
You guys thought you were here the whole
What do you
time.
think?
Whoa, this is a takeover.
Who is this guy?
Yeah.
I am a random guy. I'm a homeless guy that just appeared.
Yep.
This house looked really nice, so I
Austin is
figured.
full of them.
Yeah. What did I miss at the CNBC
Oh,
thing?
Oh, it was great.
amazing
It was
interview.
wonderful.
Oh,
Great job.
yeah,
Really?
the best.
It's got to be like the
Yes.
greatest interview of,
Yep.
of Elon ever, honestly.
Yep.
Are
Yep.
you guys like okay?
No,
are you
no,
guys making me
seriously.
feel
No, we're
Not
serious.
pulling your leg.
We're
No, it's
serious.
David did a
Really?
great job.
Over an
Look at the
hour.
private chat comments.
Over an
Why
hour.
not? When did he finish? What time did
Like
he?
now.
4:10.
6:05.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So catch me up. What was said?
A lot.
Hurry up.
Oh my
Let's
God.
go.
He was pushed. I mean, David, he was really pushing his questions. He was asking questions that didn't allow Elon to get into his usual looping, you know, the things we've
Yes.
heard 100
So
times
very
before.
pointed. Yeah.
Yes, and hard questions, and yeah, I thought it was excellent.
But
Plus, he got
Good
pissed.
question
vanilla.
and hard.
He got pissed at one point when he was basically challenged as to why he basically tweets, and he got
Some of the
really
controversial
upset.
stuff, yeah.
Mm.
He really got upset. You could see it, and he basically said, "You know, I could tweet like anybody else." In essence,
Mhm.
he didn't say those words, but his expression,
Even if
was
it hurts the
amazing.
stock price.
The bride,
Yeah.
the Princess Bride.
The Princess Bride. Okay. He
Yeah.
quoted the Princess Bride. Okay. So it's kind of
cussed
like,
3
listen,
times.
he cussed 3 times. Really? That's
He
awesome.
did. Yeah, which was
That's
good.
awesome.
I like that too.
So was the message basically like y'all just got to get used to a human being being able to tweet? I don't care if I'm CEO. Too bad. Like
Yes.
this
And
is
if it
who I
costs
am.
me money and
Yes.
power,
Okay.
I don't
Yeah.
care.
Why
That
is
was
that a
small
bad
part.
thing?
But that
No,
was a
Yeah.
small part.
regardless of the cost, or regardless of what it does to the stock price, to people wanting or not wanting to buy Tesla as
Yeah.
a result. So regardless of consequence.
Yeah.
So in my opinion, what he basically did was he upheld the right to free speech as, like, you know, against nothing else. Nothing else matters against the right to free speech, and it applies to everyone,
Okay.
regardless of who you are.
But I think he
Okay.
also
Reminded
kind of
me
like
of what you
recaptured.
said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go
I
ahead.
was
Go
just
ahead.
gonna say
Yeah.
it reminds me of what Farzad has said a lot of times about Elon just leading from the front, and he wants people to feel free to speak their minds again. And so, like, it really does bother him that people are trying to suppress his freedom of speech, but he also, I think, feels responsible as the main person on Twitter, you know, the most followed, the most interacted person on Twitter. Like, I'm going to speak freely so that everyone here knows that you can come speak freely. Oh, and I'm also going to be subject to community notes, just like everybody else. And so he is leading from the front in that regard, is with free speech on Twitter.
He also said, we found this interesting because we were discussing it before the shareholders meeting. During the interview, he said he made the decision about advertising on the stage, like after it was thrown up there.
You know what I did? I tweeted as soon as he said that. I was like, somebody check on Gary Black and make sure he didn't faint. Because he was there, and I'm literally looking around, and then he went up and asked his question.
Yeah, I saw him.
Yeah. So, what was the interview mostly Twitter focused, like freedom, or it was just kind of all over the place?
It had some
I would say-
AI at the end, you know, and his concerns about, you know, safety, etc. I thought that went very well. That part.
I think there's a lot on FSD, like a lot.
Yeah.
Like a lot of questions that you might have wondered
He
about.
has been so bullish on FSD for the last couple months.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't mean to interrupt, but go ahead, Nicholas. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. Ooh, Nicholas. I haven't heard you
Yes,
say my name.
you look
like that.
official. Yeah.
No, just a lot of good questions on FSD. David asked about, have you thought about how it would operate? And, you know, Elon said that it's been in our terms of condition that you can only operate it within the Tesla fleet. Like he just went on a lot of that stuff that, you know, some of it was, again, the same kind of stuff, but it was also, there's a lot of new stuff in there as well. And I think, Mimi, you're spot on. When Elon would start to go into his normal, like, oh, I know what he's going to say for the next 2 minutes, David very, very tactfully interjected, said the next 2 things that he knew Elon was going to say, and said, but what about this? And was able to keep Elon from going into the repeat spin cycle. So I thought it was great.
Yeah. For some reason, I wrote down, I don't know if it was during the interview or before, that he did kind of somehow value what the robo-taxi would yield in terms of margins.
The
And I
80%
think
number, right?
75, 80%.
I think he said it would increase it by 200 to 250%, the margins.
And
Yeah,
what,
so
and
from
CNBC?
25% to
Yes.
75 to
Yes.
80,
Yes.
so 2 to
Yes.
300%.
Which made it a SaaS margin like 70% at that point.
Yeah.
That's the first time he's ever actually quantified
Yes.
what he meant
Yes.
by a like a
But he
step change in
clarified
value,
later.
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
that was
he
that was the
did
first time it
clarify
made sense.
later. Yeah, you know, he
Okay.
said that Tesla FSD-based robotaxi is going to be limited to the Tesla network only. So that basically means that there is a revenue share, and by virtue of that, like on a $25,000 vehicle or a $30,000 vehicle, it's very easy to get a 70-80% margin, right?
Yeah.
Right.
He also
so
did say he said there was going to be there will be a C3PI moment with FSD where one day all of a sudden there'll be 3 million cars that are on, and they're
Right.
going. And he kind of
Right.
alluded to, although he suggested different time frames, I think during the interview he said towards the end of 2023 or in 2024. I think maybe during the shareholders meeting he suggested 2023, and he's done that before. But it was interesting. It was interesting.
Okay. Okay. That's awesome. What else?
he spoke a lot about China.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
I was
yeah.
surprised.
Yeah, that was a
I-
tough question.
Yeah.
That was tough.
Yeah.
In
I was
what
actually-
context?
Said, he was asking him basically, do you expect him to invade Taiwan? And he said, I can't answer that. Other than that, China's policy is basically to invade
He
China,
said yes.
Taiwan.
Yeah,
Taiwan.
he
That's
said,
what he said.
you don't.
Well, I'm
he
not
said you
saying it's
don't
going to
need read between
happen,
the
but
lines.
you better listen to
Yeah.
what their policy is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he said there's no
Yeah.
need to read between the lines. You can just
Yeah.
read the lines.
Yes.
They want to
I think-
take
Yeah.
over.
They already consider Taiwan a part of mainland China.
No, they haven't ever.
They-
Since
they-
with the recent. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
so I
that's-
mean that's not
There's
new.
there's one more part of the China question that I took pause on, and that was when he said that there are limitations to how much they can expand in China.
Yes. Yes.
And that is so
Not
much
the
telling
demand.
because the demand is there,
Yeah.
right? They could have easily done the Mexico factory in China,
But they just applied for an expansion in Shanghai to like a
Yeah.
1.95 million units, I think, from 1.25. They just literally put it in. So it was I
Yeah.
agree with you. It was interesting, but it was interesting that he just put in the papers to expand Shanghai at the same time.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
the way he answered, I think he's getting pressure from the Chinese government to essentially limit how much he's building and selling in China. I mean, Chinese are very happy that he's building in China and exporting, but I believe there is some pressure as to how much he's able to sell in China. And that's something that, the community has spoken about a lot. I mean, I don't think Chinese want an American company to be number one.
No.
And
Right.
he's, in so many words, said the same thing today.
It would be interesting to see, though, if the mega pack business ends up being super big in China just out of necessity. Because, I think he referenced that, right? The demand for that was some ridiculous number.
Quasi-infinite.
Yeah.
Is a
So
verbiage at the
China
shareholder
is
meeting anyway.
China geographically, that's a big place. And obviously they don't have no place has sufficient power. So
I mean, I think Tesla's long-term goal is to really just diversify away from China. So whatever happens in China is not really going to impact Tesla that much. And like their localization efforts around localizing in US, localizing in Europe, in each country or region, it's great for efficiency, but long term is a diversification away from China and the over-reliance on that country from a supply chain perspective and from a total business perspective, right? So and I think maybe him being that straightforward with that verbiage maybe is a signal that says we feel like we're making enough strides in doing that us not being so like, I mean, their policy is to attack Taiwan. Macro is macro. We have a limit to how many cars we can sell, essentially. These are like, would he really have said this a year or two ago? I don't think this is the kind of stuff he would be saying.
Especially if he thinks that South Korea is going to be his next mega factory also.
There you go.
Right?
Exactly,
to replace China, in essence, to take it over for China.
The other interesting thing with China was, during the shareholder meeting, the whole cobalt question came up, and Elon kind of took a shot across the bow at the phone industry, right? But Apple's part of that. Then with David Faber on the China question, he was asking, is China a risk and all this? And Elon pointed out, there are other companies with much bigger risks, like Apple. And sure, Apple's starting to slowly diversify into India, but if something happens, they're screwed, right? Whereas Tesla, they are diversified right now compared to Apple. And so it's just interesting with the whole Twitter thing with Apple and the Tim Cook meeting to get advertisement back. And now it's almost like these two shots back to back on Apple. Just, I don't know, that stuck out to me.
Well, it's also every time they build a new factory, they kind of decrease the risk, right?
Every time.
Every
Exactly.
time. Every time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd also probably say that Elon is pretty good friends with the Palantir folks, and he would know if something's about to happen.
A little bit.
We'll see.
A little bit. You remember
Nico,
how back in the day Palantir was buying gold?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
Yes.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
I still don't know what they're doing over there, though. Yeah.
I
Nico,
know.
go ahead. You were going to
But
say
they sold
something.
it.
I'm just curious. I mean, you'll watch that CNBC interview later, but what was it like there at the meeting? I mean, I
Yes.
remember
Oh,
what it was
sure.
like last year, but
Yes.
it looks like it was a lot
Where
better.
were you?
Well, I was in the building. I was sitting on the right back side of the thing. So they were starting to let people in. When we came in, so it was super hot and I was super hungry, and they had a bunch of food trucks outside. I'm like, I need a taco. So I went out and got a taco. I got 2 tacos actually, and I met a really nice gentleman. He's local too. And then I went in, and then taco guy, yeah. And then I came in, and then they're starting to seat people. I'm like, okay, I need to use the restroom. I gotta pee. So I went to pee, and then by the time I was back, the whole thing was full. I'm like, damn it. So then we just found a couple chairs on the right side to watch the whole thing. I thought this one had a certain vibe around it where people there, I think, one of the things I've noticed from other events that were a little bit different than this one, and probably is more similar to how events were before Tesla's explosive run in 2020 and 2021, was that the vibe was very much of people that were very long-term thinking and weren't really concerned about the share price. They were really way more concerned about the mission and what the company was doing. And I think that was reflected in the Q&A, because I thought the questions this time were awesome.
Yes.
Usually at the
yes.
shareholder meetings, the questions are like, what do you think of, blah, like some random Elon question of oh, who you blah, blah, blah. But this one was super pointed on what the business long-term ambitions are, getting some specific around some timelines. I just thought that the general tone of the presentation was obviously more forward thinking, but the questions were awesome. I really was very impressed with the questions, and I was very happy that Elon was giving some a little bit more direct answers than he usually would, and I think it's because of how the questions were framed. The factory looked awesome. I got to tour the General Assembly, the end of it. And that was pretty cool. Or end of line, rather. I was at end of line, and we saw a little bit of end of line, so that was kind of cool. Didn't really see too much. I saw the Cybertruck in person, which, I mean, guys, it looks insane. In the sun, they had it outside. I have a clip of it and everything on the channel. It just looks stunning. And I asked Cindy, producer wife, I was like, "What do you think?" She's like, "It looks so much better in person. It looks so much better in person." And I was like, "Would you buy one?" She's like, "No, it's too masculine." And I'm like, "That's great. That's good. That's the kind of thing I want to hear, right? It's too masculine." Good.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I don't know if you remember last year, right after when you and I met up right after the shareholder meeting. That was the first thing I said to you and Cindy was,
"Where's mine, bro?" Look at this guy. He brought himself a beer. He didn't bring. Wow. I'm just kidding. You deserve it, dude. You've been. By the way, thank you guys very much for running this. My God. I'm so thankful for you guys. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Nico. Sorry.
No, Hans did an excellent job.
It's a half. You don't want this one.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
But that was the same thing I said to you right after. It's man, I have a Cybertruck on reservation, but seeing it in person, I was like,
oh,
whoa.
Man.
It's just it's the only product, it's the only thing in the world I've ever had that moment where it's a picture doesn't capture this. And I don't know how else to say it. I know that sounds fanboyish, but when you see it in person, you'll understand. It's whoa. This is just
Yeah.
way more badass than I thought it was.
Yeah,
Especially outside. I gotta make this point. Outside with the sun shining on it, and you can see the reflections of people on, like when you watch the video, you can see people's reflections on the body panels and just the lines. It's absolutely stunning. I cannot say it enough. It will blow people's minds. If you haven't seen it in person, you're not ready. You're just not ready to see this.
I saw it in LA at a museum exhibit.
At the museum.
And what happens is exactly what Nicholas was doing as he was describing it. Your eyes get big. They kind of open.
Yeah.
You're like, that's your reaction.
Yeah.
It really is amazing. It really is.
It really is. Let me share some notes real quick. So I actually wrote down some things that I wanted to share.
Of course you did.
Of course I did. I'm not usually prepared for many
How
things.
many people, by
this
the
time
way?
I am.
How many people were there?
600, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
600. Yeah. It wasn't like a huge event, but it was. By the way, thank you to everyone who stopped in and said hi. I mean, it was awesome. Like, it was so cool. Just 2 steps. Hey, I know you. And I'm like, what's your name? I had to do that for like 3 hours straight. It was awesome. It was so flattering. So the Cobalt comment was awesome. Like them sort of just saying, yeah, we don't do any, there's no children that we know of. We're going to set it up. And then long term, we're like a huge majority of our batteries are going to be cobalt free. So it's not a big deal. I thought him really saying that macro was not going to be good and like giving it a 12-month timeline before he said by Q1 of next year would be fine. But 12 months from now, next year is like Q2, Q3 potentially. So it's like reiterating that, but still framing the story in a very positive light. I thought was very interesting.
Gene Munster, by the way, commented he thought he was sandbagging.
Sandbagging. Yeah.
You think so?
On that. That's what he said. I don't know what he meant, but that's what he said.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah, that comment was specifically because it was like right on the heels of them also talking about pricing. And so the fact that they've been incrementally raising the prices a little bit, he's like, it seems like the data is showing Elon that right now the economy is actually okay, but he wants everyone to just be aware that maybe things could go south from here, even though it seems like things are kind of going back in the other direction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Confidence on FSD. I mean, the guy is so freaking confident. And when he pulled the room about FSD is it good, and everybody, I mean, it was a basically unanimous. Yeah, this one's really, really good. So he's super, super confident on FSD, but it still needs to be, and we need to see it with our own 2 eyes. But I'm seeing it, so I just think everybody else has to see it. Model Y 2023 global domination. We knew that they're going to be making a lot of mega packs. What was it? They did the lithium refining because no one else was doing it, right? So it's not, they're not getting into it as a supplement. They're getting into it out of desperation.
They were also doing, I was going to say, it was mostly not lithium also. It was spudmodium or some other element.
Yeah, some other random.
It wasn't really lithium. It was something else.
Yeah. We saw the picture of the Model 2. Like from the side, right? The compact car. Didn't they show the picture on the presentation?
Was it identified?
Here,
well,
yeah.
It was like the silhouette, right?
We had differing opinions. Nicholas thought it was the 3rd gen.
It's 100% the 3rd gen.
I thought it was the
I'm sharing it right now.
refresh of the Model 3.
It's not. It was totally the 3rd gen.
Okay.
Yeah. This is
I'm sharing it.
Oh, you sharing? Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah. That's 100% the 3rd gen. Without a shadow of a doubt. Because that's what it is.
That's what they said.
That's what they said.
Okay. It's like a Model 3
I believe you.
Yeah.
This is totally
He said, we have exciting new products, whatever, and this was up there. And he said, but we're not ready to show it yet. And this is what they had up there.
This is 100% the compact car.
So it's the Tesla RAV4.
It's like the Model Y Lite. You know? Yeah. But I think the big takeaway. Go ahead.
How is it compact?
It's going to be small. Yeah. So I mean, you can't really tell the
proportions.
Athletic Greens. Use my code in the description below.
Is it 2-door?
Thank you, producer wife.
It's a 2-door?
I think it's going to be a 4-door though.
4-door. Okay.
I think.
Yeah, that's
yes.
But look at how
it
short
has
the
to.
bonnet is, right? The bonnet is or the bonnet, the hood. I'm British now. I heard bonnet a lot while I was there. The hood and this is totally. I need to sit down and analyze the hell out of this picture because there's so many implications from this. One, the car's probably a lot bigger than people thought. It's going to be a hatchback most likely. It's going to use a lot of the same form factor as the Model Y. You can kind of see the same design language on the sort of back, like the ass of the car. You have that usual, like the hunch on the back, 2 wheels that you usually get. So, and this like lip on the spoiler is very Model Y-ish. So, yeah. So we have, in my eyes, this compact car is going to be a lot more Model Y than this brand new design. And I think they do that by design to make sure that the volume is as big as humanly possible. So yeah, so we saw it. We just need a little bit more detail.
When he said the
Mimi's
two,
laughing.
he was talking about the 2 vehicles, and they were going to do 5 million units. Did you have any understanding of what those 2 were?
I thought that was a huge sandbag, but to me, that was the compact car and the van.
The van.
Yeah.
Do 2.5 million of the van.
I think that. Yeah, I was going to say that's a lot.
I think he's saying 4 of the compact and then 1 of the van, or 4.5 of the compact, 1 of the van. Yeah. So combined, they'll do 5, but I bet you they'll do a lot more. Yeah. And then they also did. He also said Cybertruck could be 500,000 a year. That he just said we'll just sell it to the demand that's there. And I have a hard time believing that the max production for that car is 250,000 units per year. I think that's impossible. There's going to be way too much demand for that damn thing. So if there's a sandbag, it was there.
If there's 2 million reservations, that's going to take forever to get mine.
Yeah, you might wait until 2035 to get yours, you know?
Or else the price is going to be like 295,000 for.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Don't complain. We can't even buy it.
You should move to the United States where there's freedom, Mimi. Okay.
Mimi,
Get on it.
I have an extra bedroom, Mimi.
There you go. Move in with Richard.
Yeah.
The bot seems a lot further along than I expected. I mean, they have a bunch of bots built that can walk, so that's super exciting. I'm still need to temper my expectations, but to me, that's the signal there is like, hey, there's a lot of movement there. So
did you see
very,
one
very
of the
cool.
engineers that almost passed out in glee when the bot did some pickup of something? There was a guy behind it who almost passed out. He was so happy.
Oh yeah. From the video, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't blame him. Could you imagine?
Yeah.
But
Then
the bot will probably take a little bit more time than just this visual shows, because the physical parts of it happens very quickly. It's the software, the March of the 9th that will take time.
Yeah, at least another
100%.
6 weeks. At least another 6 weeks. I would
Yeah,
think.
two, at least 2. Let's be fair. And then he said that the majority long-term value the majority of Tesla's long-term value will be by far Optimus, right? Which is a very long-term statement that's like very Elon-ish, but within the context of FSD being 70%, like a car with FSD being 70% margin, I think it gives us a way to actually sit down and do the math and see, okay, so what could be the implications from a market cap perspective? I think for the very first time in Tesla's history, we have a way to sit down and use guidance from the company from a mathematical perspective to set a range of how the company's thinking about the valuation of these businesses. So that's what I'm going to be spending the next God knows how long figuring out how to put together. So I thought that was a huge. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, I know we want to temper our expectations that this is way down the road, but keep in mind, it's only been a year and a half since they had nothing and they announced the idea of Optimus to where they are now, a year and a half. So if you think 2030, that's another 7.5 years away, or 7 years away, 6.5 years. Man, where are they going to be? And again, long march to 9s to be able to do everything, but Optimus doesn't have a safety limit on it, really. Right? It can be good at a handful of things and go out and start
it's not a missile that's going down the road that could kill their entire family.
Well, what I found interesting is he tied
Hopefully
AI.
not.
I found interesting is he tied AI to Tesla, not to that.
Yes.
Which gave me a lot of comfort, and he also tied his tenure at Tesla to a time when AI was basically in a safe place, and that Tesla would be taking a prominent role. I don't know if you heard that.
Yes, I did. Yeah, like he basically said, I'm going to be here long term, and I have it down as one of my notes. I'm going to be here long term because I almost have to, because I want to make sure AI is safe. You know.
Yeah.
But then in my head it went like, okay, but you said the same thing about OpenAI. Now we have ChatGPT ruining everyone's life. So maybe you shouldn't be involved.
He took in the interview, he took responsibility for that. He said he was an idiot. He said he was an idiot.
Yeah. And
Well, he also said sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say on CNBC, he did try to put a contextualization on how Tesla is an AI company and why they are actually more advanced than others. And the example he gave was, let's say we told Microsoft and OpenAI to create FSD, and you told us to create a ChatGPT. We would win by a landslide. We could easily build a ChatGPT. They cannot easily build an FSD. And so just to use that as a framing of where Tesla is when it comes to AI. And
So it's like almost like putting
it,
context into difficult, like the levels of the problem.
Yeah, 'cause if you think about it, what they're using just for lane grammar is ChatGPT almost, right? That's what it is.
I think he was trying to suggest the progress, not the complexity.
I think it was
But also,
I thought
think about it.
suggested it was relative progress, that Tesla was much closer to the end than Google would be to their end.
Well, he made an exact example. If you have them do what we do and we did them.
If you really go a little bit deeper, right? What is a large language model? It's basically AI that's designed to interact with humans through or via a human-computer interface. In this case, a screen and a keyboard, etc. ChatGPT is that. The next part of actually interacting with the real world, that's what Tesla is doing. And if we try to put it in terms of how Elon likes to talk about it, the bandwidth at which the interaction is happening between, let's say, a chat like an OpenAI ChatGPT is really low, versus the bandwidth of the interaction between Tesla AI and the real world is really, really high. You've got 8 cameras, you've got audio, you've got a bunch of things coming in. So that bandwidth is really, really high. And it's really difficult to build that because your inference engine is essentially working at, those many times the bandwidth that an OpenAI is potentially doing. So when your inference engine is working at such a high bandwidth, your training is also going to be so much more complex. The data requirement is going to be so much more. So I mean, just to put in context what Elon said, it's right that what Tesla is doing, and nobody really realizes that in the larger world, is so much harder. And the fact is that a lot of Google has done this before. Like Google search is probably one of the best AI that we've had till date, right? AI is nothing but like a recommendation and interaction engine. So it's probably one of the best AIs that we've had. And how did they do it? They deployed it into people's devices, in computers, browsers, phones, right?
Yeah.
And they basically made all of us, you and me, into, they used us, gathered our data to make it sell better. And that's exactly what Tesla has done. But nobody else is doing it in this interaction with the real world AI.
Gotcha. Makes sense. Okay. Yeah. And those were my high level notes. I mean, those were my biggest takeaways from that. So I need to go jump on Herbert's channel for like 5-10 minutes because I committed to his. So I'm going to go jump on his. If y'all want to continue, feel free to do so. I want to thank you all so much for driving this stream. My God. Thank you so much. Seriously.
Hans, real MVP.
Yes.
Everybody
The
here-
GOAT. Everybody, let's give Hans a hand right here. My goodness.
Actually, I was
Your
gonna say,
production team is shaping up, Faza.
it's a tribute. It's a tribute to Hans and a tribute to you. Also,
it's a community, man. I mean, we built something really special here. I mean, the fact that I was able to go there and really take it in and come back, and y'all are still having an incredible conversation, and I can sit down and give this guy a nice old hug. And we met on the internet, and I wish I could give you guys a hug too, every single one of you. I mean, it's truly a pleasure. It's truly a pleasure, and I just want to thank you guys so much. Seriously, it was amazing. So do you guys feel better now about Tesla than you did before today? Or do you feel the same?
Yeah, I feel settled that Elon's there for the duration. That's for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he looked much better psychological position. I thought he looked much more relaxed, and I think the fact that the new CEO takes a burden off him. I think that was a very big positive.
Nice.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah.
It seemed like
Agree.
100% positive news. Like,
Yeah.
there was nothing today. I'm sure that media will find something to crap on the stock over, but yeah, it's like all positive things.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay.
But
All right. If you guys are
strangely,
going, you can.
last
Yeah.
last
Go ahead.
thing, the stock's actually up in after hours.
1%.
Whatever
1%.
it is, it's up.
The first
Green
percent
is
of many,
green.
baby. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna let you do what you want to do. Whenever you wrap it up, just send it over to Herbert's stream if they're still going.
Yeah, I think we
You're
should
just
go
gonna wrap
ahead
it up?
and yeah,
You guys have been almost
unless
5
there's
hours.
anything.
How's your lower
that-
back feeling?
I used the chair. It helped.
Oh, you did. He
Yes,
cheated.
I cheated.
You guys let him use the chair. He's supposed to be standing the whole time. He's supposed to have
Oh,
lower back
no.
problems.
No.
This is the
You
whole
know,
thing.
I've
We were
asked you
gonna
like
go-
3 times if you use a
Yeah.
chair, and you've told me no every time.
I
Now I,
don't.
know.
I don't.
But there's
use
a
the
chair
Where's the
there.
chair?
But there's a chair.
It's outside.
I
It's
had
not
to
in
go
the
get it and
studio.
bring it in here.
Don't blow up my spot, bro. I don't have a chair in here. He's a. You know what? Goodbye.
Anyway, thanks everybody. Thanks everybody, and enjoyed it. And be well. See you. See you
Yes.
Absolutely.
You know,
Thank you all for participating with us today and helping keep this thing going. Love the commentary. And congratulations to Tesla shareholders today. I do feel like it's a great day to be a Tesla shareholder. Exciting to see where the company is going and feel like we're on firm footing. And especially being able to walk away from this meeting knowing that Tesla has a huge portion of Elon's focus moving forward. Pretty much all good news, and enjoyed the stream, enjoyed the CNBC interview with y'all, and enjoyed the conversation that we got to have. So, unless anyone has anything they'd like to say on parting words, we'll go ahead and wrap up here.
I think you did a great job, Hans, and thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everybody.
4,500 people at the peak.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's
pretty
good.
crazy.
Take care, everybody.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
And